Do I really need this? Maybe a little bit, right? Just a little bit. Now there's a great big gaping hole in the middle here, so I don't know. Are you okay with the great big gaping hole, or do you want me to group them together, or do you guys want to, what do you want to do?
I'm just happy to be here. I don't care.
I like this guy, so if you're comfortable, stay where you're at, and that'll be fine.
Feels like church.
It does, it does. I'll bring the tip jar around in a minute. Okay.
This is the Church of the Second Law.
I like that. The Cathedral of Joe. Hey, I want to thank you guys for coming out again today. I know I am expecting some people who had emailed me that are supposed to be out here this morning, so maybe they got caught in the tundra out there, I don't know. But I want to thank you guys for coming out. Most everybody was here yesterday. Who wasn't here yesterday? We've got a couple. Okay, young gentleman in the back. All right, so I want to thank you guys for being out. Which jurisdiction are you with? Okay, city of Wilmington. Okay, great. And there was a gentleman from city of Dover who wasn't here yesterday. And were you guys here yesterday? Okay, they were loud and obnoxious yesterday. So we're going to cover some more material. I'm hoping that you guys are able to swap business cards, contacts, and make a friend. You don't have to buy them a drink or anything, but make a friend, meet somebody. We're all from different jurisdictions, and no reason we can't work together a little bit too. So again, Ken Belmont, Delaware Division of Public Health, and I want to thank you guys so much for being out here today. Wish we had a bigger group of people, but I'm really glad for the folks that are here, so thank you. If you would, please welcome Joe Lstiburek back to the stage here, and looking forward to a great day. And Joe, I can't thank you enough for coming and doing this.
Well, thank you. And since we have new people, my really lame jokes can be tried again. I mean, they didn't work yesterday. Maybe we have, a better looking, smarter, intelligent group that will laugh at my sick humor. Some basic ground rules, there really aren't any. Feel free to ask questions at any time. Raise your hand or whatever. No such thing as a dumb question. If I use a word or a phrase you've not heard before, stop me and say, what are you talking about? I've been working all over the United States, Canada, and the world, and I pick up phrases that may or may not make sense, and I think that they make sense, but nobody else. Anyway, so if I say something stupid, it could be stupid, but it just might be a language problem. So we'll sort that out. Okay, let's get started. We'll do some physics. Now, everybody take a Valium and relax, okay? It's not going to be complicated physics, and physicists don't understand what we're going to talk about, which is why they behave in weird ways. So this is important stuff that they don't really typically understand, and it's really, really simple stuff that we have to understand in the building business. One of the biggest problems that we deal with is water, and believe it or not, it's the most misunderstood issue that we have to deal with, and yet it's actually the easiest. So I'm going to uncomplicate water, but I'm going to do it in a complicated way so you can beat up physicists as necessary. So that's kind of background. One of the most famous equations is the Arrhenius equation, and Arrhenius is a dead famous guy, but it's a really important equation. Everybody, again, relax. You're not going to need to do any numbers with it. You just need to see what it looks like, and here it is. Let me again translate it into normal stuff. So the abnormal stuff is for every 10 degree Kelvin rise, reaction rate doubles. Kelvin is 10 degrees Celsius, which is 18 degrees Fahrenheit. Using Joe math, that's around 20 degrees. So for every 20 degree Fahrenheit increase in temperature, you double bad stuff. Let me repeat this. For every 20 degree Fahrenheit increase in temperature, you double bad stuff. And you see the EA/RT, the letters above the big letters. So whenever you have little letters above big letters, danger, Will Robinson, danger. It means that it's an exponential reaction. It means it's a whoosh. It's not a whir. Whir is linear. Whoosh bad. Whoosh very bad. Everybody got that? Okay. So what do we mean by bad? Well, let's say, I think I talked about the temperature of a black membrane roof versus a white membrane roof. A black membrane roof runs at middle of the afternoon in the summer, about 180 degrees Fahrenheit, and you replace it with a white membrane, it runs at 120 degrees Fahrenheit. So if you apply the Arrhenius equation, which membrane lasts longer? The white membrane, right? Because it's a lot cooler. But here's the weird part. Which roof assembly lasts longer? The black roof assembly, because it's hotter. If the roof gets wet and leaks, or it gets wet from the underside because of air leakage, condensation, the black membrane is able to dry because it's what? Hotter. Drying requires energy. So when we change the color of our membranes from black to white, we have to introduce air barriers and vapor barriers. So what are we doing? We're changing our membranes, right? Aren't we replacing membranes? Yeah, we're replacing membranes. And what's the color of the membrane that we take the black membrane out and we put in a white membrane, and now the roof rots, or it gets moldy, or it corrodes. Oh, whoa, what the hell happened? Well, you changed the energy flow. I said this a whole bunch of times yesterday, and I'm going to say it again. I became famous, I know, because I said two things. I said that if things get wet and they dry, it's okay. It's okay for things to get wet if they dry. But drying requires an exchange of energy. So the old days, things got wet and they dried because an enormous amount of energy would change from the inside to the outside and the outside to the inside. So now we've insulated up the wazoo. That's a metric term, it's two yin-yangs. And now we've so dramatically reduced the energy flow that when things get wet, they stay wet and they fail. So it's not easy to insulate. And the only people that don't understand it are the activists, right? You can't do math or physics, you become an activist. So we have to insulate like crazy. And of course, people don't understand that there are penalties to be paid. Second law of thermodynamics, which was put to music, I think I mentioned, by the second best guitarist of all time, Mark Knopfler. You can't get your money for nothing and your chicks for free. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You change the energy flow, you have to change the wetting potential. We're changing the energy flows, we're not changing the wetting potential. And now we have mold, and we have rot, we have decay, we have corrosion. So explain to me how that all is good. Now, am I arguing against energy efficiency? No. I think I mentioned yesterday, I'm an engineer. Engineers are born with a genetic defect. It's the efficiency gene. We can't help ourselves. But I'm an old engineer. I realize that there are consequences for changing energy flow. So I want to be energy efficient. I just don't want the buildings to rot and get moldy and fall down. It gets worse. I also don't want people to die. And there are some people that piss me off, maybe one night, but the point is that it's important that you don't kill the building, you don't kill the occupant, you don't make the building sick, you don't make the occupant sick, and it's all related to energy, and a good part of that is the Kelvin equation, so you need to know, the Arrhenius equation, you need to know about this. All right. That equation governs the principal damage functions. We call them damage functions because they cause damage. Anybody not get this? Water causes damage. Heat causes damage. Ultraviolet radiation causes damage. All of these damage functions are exponentials. They're whooshes. They're not whirs. They're not linear. They're exponential. And it's worse. They're not additive. They're multiplicative. So what part of your building sees the most water, heat, and UV? Where the building touches the sky, right? Followed by where the building touches the ground, followed by the sides of the building. So where do we have to be the bestest? The roof, right? The only good news is that we don't put holes in the roof like we put on the sides of our building, which are called windows. There are only two kinds of windows in the world, those that leak and those that will leak. So what do we know about windows? They leak, and I think I mentioned this yesterday, that windows are like people. As windows and people get old, we leak. You youngsters have no freaking idea what's coming to you. So we have to compensate for that. So, whoa. All right, second law of thermodynamics. There are 4 laws of thermodynamics, but we only number them up to 3 because we forgot one. We had the first, the second, and the third, and somebody said, yeah, we forgot one. Well, we couldn't make it the 4th because it was too important. We couldn't interfere and put it between the second and the third and the first and the second because all the textbooks would have to be rewritten, so we called it the 0th law. We have the 0th, the first, the second, and the third. Now, I didn't think they actually needed the 0th law, but I wasn't alive at the time. But if they'd asked me, that's kind of obvious because if you translate it, it means if A equals B, B equals C, A equals C. Everybody get this? Why do you need a freaking law for that? Well, apparently you need to write it down because people are, intellectually challenged. So let me give it to you again. If A equals B and B equals C, A equals C. Whoa! You're apparently not excited about this. This is why physicists aren't as much fun as engineers. All right. The first is sort of a conservation of energy thing. The second is the most important for building, and which is why it's never taught to architects, engineers, and contractors. If it's really important, we don't. So let me translate it to something useful. Here goes. Heat flow is from warm to cold. Why? Because. So if you can't prove it or disprove it, you make it a law. So when somebody says the science is settled, they would be an arts graduate. Science is never settled. You never prove things, you can only disprove things. If you disprove that heat flow is from warm to cold, you're going to get a first-class ticket to Scandinavia to get your Nobel Prize in physics. Wow. All right, moisture flow is also from warm to cold. Why? Because. We don't really know why, but it is, and it's a law. Just because we don't know, nobody's ever figured out the opposite, or ever shown or demonstrated the opposite. Moisture flow is from more to less. Yeah. You could do this experiment at home. You could take something wet, touch something dry, the dry thing becomes wet. Son of a bitch, who knew? Dead Europeans wrote it down in books. Amazing. Air flows from a higher pressure to a lower pressure, gravity acts down. Wow. We never teach this way because we don't want normal people to understand stuff. So you now are dangerous. You know stuff that even masters and doctoral students, graduates, don't really get. Whoa. That's good because it's important that you mess with them, because you have to crush them and make them normal. All right. Let's look at these two, from warm to cold and more to less. What's neat is that most of the time they act in the same direction. Not all of the time, but most of the time. What do you mean by most? Well, more than 50% of the time, using geomath, which is a field of mathematics I invented and I named it after me, and maybe 2/3 to 3/4 of the time, they act in the same direction. With me on this? It's real difficult to measure moisture content, but it's real easy to measure temperature. So use temperature as a surrogate, find out where the bad stuff happens. Whoa! Yeah. You can use an infrared camera, and the cold spots are usually wet because most of the time the water ends up on the cold spot because of the second freaking law. Whoa! So, Joe, do you use a moisture meter? Hell no, it's stupid. You have to calibrate it, it's complicated. But, management, because they're arts graduates, thinks it's important. So you use an infrared to figure out what bad shit happens, and then you take a moisture meter at that spot after you figured it out. See, 10% of your effort is to figure out what's going on. 90% is to convince everybody else that that's what's actually going on. You have to speak slowly and use small words and use pictures. Yeah. Okay, there's a reason they don't let me teach at university anymore. Okay. Just let you know. We don't call it from more to less and warm to cold because, normal people would understand. So we call it a thermal gradient and a concentration gradient, and thermal diffusion, molecular diffusion. Now, if you know a little about the English language and you've read, you can even understand thermal gradient and thermal diffusion, concentration gradient, molecular diffusion. We can't allow that. So we call it vapor diffusion. Whoa, vapor diffusion, whoa. It's just warm to cold and more to less. Everybody take a Valium, that's what this is. But we can't let normal people. Oh, and vapor diffusion follows the thermodynamic potential. Thermodynamic. What you want to buy, like Vegematic, thermodynamic. The thermodynamic potential governs warm to cold and more to less. Whoa! And here is a map of the thermodynamic potential. I call it the psychopathic chart. You know what this tells you? Most of the time the water ends up on the cold spot. Luke, turn off the guidance system, go with the force. Everybody throw away your moisture meter. Most of the time the water ends up on the cold spot. Whoa. So I'm always getting these complicated 50-page, 100-page reports with data and equations and whatever. Shuffle through all of the garbage and find out, is the water ending up on the cold spot? If it doesn't, all of that work is wrong. Whoa. Do the peer review and it doesn't follow the second law of thermodynamics. Don't explain all of that stuff, it freaks them out, right? Oh man, this guy knows the second law. Well, how'd you know? Well, the stuff didn't end up on the cold spot. Okay, so what is the lesson? Make cold spots warmer, or don't let water get to them. Okay, let me give this to you again, all right? Make cold spots warmer, or don't let water get to them. Woo! Or make them out of materials that don't care. Now, back in the day, we would build stuff out of really old freaking trees. 400 or 500-year-old trees, right? Go to forests and cut trees down and cut them into boards and build boats, sail them around the world. Try doing that with engineered wood and OSB and all the crap that we're using today. Used to build with plaster, now paper-faced drywall. Well, yeah, let's build a building out of crappy materials that are moisture sensitive, insulate them up the yin-yang wazoo, and say, hey, good luck. Welcome to your world. The new stuff is worse than the old stuff until you try to fix and improve the old stuff. When you fix and improve the old stuff, you make it worse because you're not following the second law. Wow. William Thompson, famous guy, dead a long time, Irishman. Yeah. What are the odds that you have a really, really smart Irishman with a sense of humor? Well, that was him. He pissed off the English, so they had to run and hide from the English. So he went to the one place in the world where they hated the English more than the Irish. He went to Scotland. Right? Of course, he was real smart, wrote things down, and Queen Victoria liked him. Yeah, the Queen liked him. You know, said, this guy's he's a famous guy, knows stuff. Yeah, but he hates us. Yeah, but he's, whatever. So she knighted him and then made him a lord. And if you're a lord, you have to be a lord of the place. And so the place he was hiding from the English was in Glasgow. And there's a river there called the Kelvin River. So he was named Lord Kelvin. So you have the Kelvin equation. Whoa! Okay, you're apparently not excited about the Kelvin equation, but this is a really, really big deal if you want to understand mold. Okay? So you can't understand mold if you don't understand the Kelvin equation. That involves physics, and how many mold experts know physics? They're biologists, right? All right, let me help you out here. There's going to be an aha moment. Mold needs liquid water. Mold needs liquid water. Well, how come drywall, exposed to 80% relative humidity, gets mold? How is that freaking possible? Well, because drywall is paper-faced. You have tiny pores in it. Paper's got pores in it. William Thompson, Lord Kelvin, showed this equation. You have a curved surface. You have what we call capillary condensation. So porous materials will see liquid water at less than 100% relative humidity because of the Kelvin equation. Plaster doesn't have the same pores as drywall. It took 95% relative humidity for mold to grow on plaster, but less than 80% relative humidity to grow mold on paper-faced drywall because of the Kelvin equation. You want to reduce the risk of mold in a building? Skim coat the paper-faced drywall with plaster to change the pore structure. This has only been known for 150 years, which is why the Harvard School of Public Health doesn't know about it yet. Okay, I'm going to spend some more time on this because apparently mold is important to you. There are more than 3 phases of water. There are 4 phases of water, but we only teach 3, except in secret we talk about the 4th one. So we have solid, liquid, vapor. We have a 4th phase, which is all about the Kelvin equation. We have something called adsorbed water. It's not a spelling mistake. That's a D, not a B. It's not absorbed, it's adsorbed. Okay, everybody got that? Water molecules stick to surfaces of materials And by sticking to the surface, they're not absorbed, they're adsorbed. And we call them monolayers because they're a single layer. As the relative humidity goes up, you get another monolayer, and another monolayer, and another monolayer. Everybody with me on this? All right. Well, you can't get any more than 5 monolayers. How do we know that? Well, other equations that we won't get to, but the limit is 5. So as the relative humidity goes up, the number of monolayers increases. Everybody got that? All right. This is weird. Monolayers flow along the surface according to a concentration gradient, which means they go from where there are more monolayers to fewer monolayers. They go from more to less. Whoa! You're not excited about this. I'm just telling you, this is as good as it gets for me. You know, okay, never mind. Here's the Kelvin equation. You have small pores and you have big pores. And the small pores fill up with monolayers before the large pores do. And just before the small pore completely fills up, we have a depression. It's a curvature. And we call it a meniscus after the Greek curved moon. When you have a curvature, the Kelvin equation shows that you get capillary condensation. So paper-faced drywall has got tiny pores, and when they begin to fill up as the relative humidity goes up with monolayers, you end up with capillary condensation at less than 100%, and you get freaking mold. Yeah. How many people have heard this before? In a room full of indoor air quality mold people, huh? That's the problem, isn't it? Yeah. Bingo. Well, again, what I'm getting at is that this has only been known for 150, 200 years. So it's just beginning to find its way into the universities. I'm trying to put a little bit of humor on this. So we should ban paper-faced drywall. No, we can change the surface of the drywall and control the relative humidity and the temperature, right? Right. Are we doing it? No. We're going to end up doing it. Yeah. Well, because things become intolerably bad before we correct them. I told you about my hero, Winston Churchill. He described Americans as always going to do the right thing after all of the alternatives have been exhausted. We haven't quite exhausted all of the alternatives. All right, so look at the pattern. The skim coat of plaster, drywall mud, doesn't have as much mold as the paper, right? Yes? Well, the green board is bullshit. Sorry. Green board doesn't follow the physics. It's called faith-based waterproofing. Jeez. Those are conferences I don't get invited to anymore either. I mean, but what can they do to me at this point? I've got 6 grandchildren, having a good time. Drive an expensive car, but I can't afford the tires. It's perfect. Okay. I'm going to now shift gears. That's a car analogy, you see. Gears? Never mind. All right. The effect of climate. This is my big contribution to building physics and building science in North America. This is my map. ASHRAE stole this map from me. Yeah, they stole it from me. You should ask me where I got it. Joe, I stole it. I stole it from a Russian, a dead Russian. If you're going to steal shit from a Russian, it's important that the Russian is already dead. And This is based on the Köppen climate map, K-O-P-P-E-N. So you're telling me hydrothermal map that is the basis of the building code is based on the vegetation. You're telling me that plants are better at determining risk than architects and engineers? Yes. So you're telling me the plant kingdom established the ASHRAE climate map that became the code. There's one more piece that you need to know about the code map. But by the way, P&L, Pacific Northwest Labs, gives me credit for this. They actually lay out how Joe stole it from Köppen and, you know, blah, 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 blah. But there's one other map. I created a map of rainfall, and I chose 0 to 20 inches, 20 to 40, 40 to 60, over 60. Why did I choose increments of 20? When I had increments of 10, the map was too complicated. When I had increments of 30, it wasn't complicated enough. Based on what? My feelings. Feelings, all I have is... So you then superimpose this map, superimpose this map over this map, and you get the building code map. Duh. Where it rains more, you have more problems. Where it's more humid, you have more problems. Where it's colder, you have more problems. Duh. Okay, now I want to put this into perspective, right? There are places in the world, in the United States, where one side of the street is climate zone 3 and the other side of the street is climate zone 4. Why would you ever want a different code? It was never meant to replace professional judgment. Okay, there are places in the middle of a climate zone where you're building on a lake, right at the lake, then 150 yards away, you're on the top of a hill. Do you really think you've got the same exposure? This was never meant to replace judgment. This was just to give you a place to start. We're replacing judgment. Every time I see a calculation with a decimal point, I laugh and then I cry. Well, it seems more accurate with a decimal point. Well, there's no way that we could ever put in a decimal point because we don't know enough about the boundary conditions to even get there. Right? How do I know all this? Well, I'm old. I used to be young. Let me tell you why I'm biased. I was the last graduating class at the University of Toronto, engineering physics, that was not allowed to use a calculator. We had to use a slide rule. The slide rule, you never knew where the decimal point went. You had to do an order of magnitude calculation. Remember the cigarette called Lucky Strike? It used to come in a white package with a red dot and no other words. You had to do, as a slide rule person, you had to do your order of magnitude calculation on the front of a Lucky Strike. You couldn't do that. You didn't know enough about doing the calculation. So we were called Lucky Strike engineers. I was the last class of the Lucky Strike engineers. We were at a central casting. I'd have a Lucky Strike. I never smoked, but I had a Lucky Strike package. I had a pocket protector, short-sleeved white shirt with a collar, right out of central casting. What was nice about that is that we knew the limits of the calculation. Now the youngsters throw shit into a computer simulation, blah, 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 and you have no frickin' idea. It was never meant to get rid of, okay, do I still have my slide rule? Yeah, and in fact, I wear one. Got a slide rule on my watch. That's how we used to figure out when we used to have to fly and figure out stuff. Now what do? Luke, turn off the computer. Use your brain. Anyway. All right. Any questions before I really hurt your heads? Okay. The myth of the dew point. Oh, you got to calculate the dew point location. You got to calculate the dew point location. You got to do a calculation. You got to do a hydrothermal analysis to figure. Stop! Let me tell you what's important here. It's going to take a few minutes. You're going to say, no way, it can't be that easy. Yeah, all right. It takes 1 British thermal unit, 1 BTU, to change 1 pound of water 1 degree Fahrenheit. Everybody with me on this? 1 BTU to change 1 pound of water 1 degree Fahrenheit. Okay, now here's where it gets weird. You can have water in the solid phase and the liquid phase both at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Whoa! They used to teach that, not anymore, but they used to teach it. So you can have liquid water at 32 degrees Fahrenheit and solid water at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. But to change 1 pound of liquid water into 1 pound of solid water, you have to remove 144 BTUs. That's a huge frickin' number. It's 144 times bigger than changing liquid water 1 degree, right? Whoa, gets worse. You can have water in the liquid phase and water in the vapor phase. But to change 1 pound of water in the liquid phase into 1 pound of water in the vapor phase takes 970 BTUs. Are you kidding me? Like 1,000 to 1 using geomath, which is a field of mathematics I invented. 1,000 to 1. Okay, this is a big deal. It takes a lot of energy to change water from vapor to liquid. It takes a lot of energy to change water from vapor to liquid. Are you with me on that? All right. Let's say you have a wall filled with fiberglass and plywood on the outside, gypsum board on the inside. And it's warm on the inside, cold on the outside, right? So you have a thermal gradient. They're always telling you, you have to calculate where the dew point is. Bullshit! You do your dew point calculation and it shows that it's, wow, in the middle of the fiberglass, there isn't enough thermal mass in a fiberglass fiber to handle the change in phase. You need a condensing surface. You can't get condensation without a condensing surface. What's the first condensing surface in your wall? The backside of the sheathing. I don't have to do a calculation. It's always going to be where? On the... Luke, turn off the guidance system. Use your brain. It's always ending up on the backside of the sheathing. No matter what. Always, 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 always. Well, what do? Well, you don't let the water vapor get to that surface, or you make that surface warmer. What's the best way to make the surface warmer? Put continuous insulation on the... Bingo. Well, you can put a vapor barrier on the inside. No, that's faith-based water control. You have any idea how complicated to make that vapor barrier, air barrier on the inside airtight and vapor tight? Forget it. Ain't going to happen. I was told I can't use the word ain't. Forget it. Not going to happen. Whoa, you know, you go to the psychropathic chart, so you go to the psychrometric chart, and the dew point is supposed to be, at 50% relative humidity air at 70 degrees Fahrenheit. It's at 49 degrees, and I cleverly put a dashed line there. The water never shows up there. It always shows up where? On the back of the sheathing. Well, you mean they all got it wrong? No, you don't read the next part of the chapter in ASHRAE. It says when you find a dew point temperature calculation in the middle of a wall with fluffy stuff, redo the calculation to pull out as much water to move the dew point to the backside of the sheathing. And then use that water that you've taken out as the water that condenses. It's been written there for a half century. A half freaking century. But everybody's saying, you have to do a dew point calculation. You have to do a dew point calculation. No, you don't. You don't. You don't need, you need two things. Dew point temperature and a condensing surface. Dew point temperature and a condensing surface. In the old days, the first condensing surface was the inside of your window. Single pane window, right? It was great. It saved the walls. So much water would condense on that window that we never have enough water getting into the wall to accumulate inside the wall, right? Shitty windows saved shitty walls. Woo! So what did we do? We improved the windows. We had storm windows, and we had double glazed windows. And where did we change the condensing surface to? The backside of the sheathing, right? We moved the water to a place where we couldn't see it. Whoa! Yeah. I have a climate simulator, well, when I used to teach. They don't let me teach undergraduates anymore. The snowflakes have no senses of humor, and I'm not allowed to talk to them. They have no taste in music either. I don't understand this. I mean, I explained to them I listened to music played on these plastic discs that would rotate at 45 RPM, and they, oh, what? Yeah, never mind. So I got minus 100 degrees Fahrenheit on one side, and I got 70 degrees on the inside with no drywall, nothing, just fluffy stuff, 50% relative humidity. The dew point is supposed to be 1 inch inside of the fluffy stuff. Dr. Joe, all of the water ended up on the backside. All the water ended up on the backside. The calculation's wrong. No, the calculation's right. Look at the next paragraph. Redo the calculation and move the water to the condensing surface. Nobody ever does that. It's like, really? This, I don't get it. You know, it's not like this is new. I mean, this is one of the best building science physics books. Eric Burnett and John Straub wrote it. Straub and Burnett, 2005. But this goes back to the 1930s. It's that Eric and John, Eric Burnett is 95 now. He's still got a wicked sense of humor, but he's in a nursing home in Victoria, British Columbia, and he sends me the odd email just to mess with me. John Straub, Professor Straub, is a little younger than me. He's going to be the best that ever lived. Is that good? I mess with him, but out of respect. But anyway, if you get a chance, buy Burnett and Straub's book. The way I was taught was by a guy named Handegord, Gus Handegord. He said, young Joseph, throw away that book. Stop it. So he said, look, you got a wall. You got sheathing on the wall, typically plywood or OSB. What's the R value of plywood or OSB? Nothing. So the temperature of the plywood is really easy to say most of the time it's the same as the outside temperature. Right? So we plot the average outside monthly temperature for the entire year That's the bold black line, mean monthly outdoor temperature. I did this for Chicago. It was originally done in Ottawa because that's where the Division of Building Research was. But because I got kicked out of Canada, I ended up in Chicago, so I had to do it for Chicago, all right, just because. I learned about Buddy Guy and music and really good food. So I got fat and didn't work and had a good time. Anyway, so this is the Chicago outdoor temperature. It's not really a smooth line like this. It goes zzzz. That's just a sound effect. You don't actually hear the temperature difference. But, and so guess what? If you maintain in Chicago the dew point temperature of 20% relative humidity at 70 degrees Fahrenheit, you don't have any condensation in the wall, right? You don't need an air barrier, you don't need a vapor barrier. Bad shit doesn't happen. The moment you increase the relative humidity to 35%, the shaded area shows the potential for condensation. And if you listen to the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta and those crazies that actually caused the virus, what happens when you're at 50% at 70 degrees Fahrenheit? It's a freaking disaster, right? Yes, Joe, it's a disaster. You want to get mold, you want to rot your buildings? Increase the interior relative humidity in a wall that's sheathing is cold, right? Nodding here would be the appropriate response. Well, if I put insulation on the outside, I elevate the temperature of the condensing surface, and I increase the relative humidity to 35% without getting into trouble. Do we do this in existing buildings? No. But we can easily design a new building with continuous insulation on the outside and have higher interior relative humidity and not get into trouble. But we sure as hell can't do it in an old building. It's not my fault, okay? I'm old. I should like old buildings. I love old buildings, but I know my limitations. It's called Clint Eastwood thermodynamics. Every man has to know his limitations. Dirty, never mind. Okay, these graphs, I redid the original black and white, and they're not really completely accurate because the areas under the curve don't really have any physical meaning. I could make them bigger or smaller by just changing the scale. You know what I mean? So it's much like climate change calculations. You can get any number you want by screwing around with the scale. That was meant as a joke. They were originally done plotting vapor pressures. And this was done in the 1950s by Max Baker. And so the actual areas under the curve, above the curve, actually had physical meaning. But it got too complicated to tell people. I tried to say that this would be the Baker ratio. So you want the Baker ratio to be, 2-to-1 drying compared to wetting. And it never went anywhere because I had enough trouble getting people just to plot temperatures, right? But again, this was done before I was born. Written in books, found in libraries. But they're old books. To get them, you have to ask a librarian. That involves a social interaction, which is youngsters have no freaking idea how to do any of this. Well, let's do an hourly calculation for every hour of the freaking year. 8,800 calculations. Do a woofy hydrothermal simulation to figure shit out. Well, the trouble is that you don't know enough about the boundary conditions to do 8,800 calculations. Okay, but we're always doing them because MBAs think that they're more accurate. So, Joe, what do? Well, it's real easy. I do this calculation and compare it to the hydrothermal simulation. If the hydrothermal simulation doesn't agree whoop, doesn't agree with this, I say that the hydrothermal simulation is inaccurate. So I'm using a 1950s technologies to trash WFI, which is kind of funny because I know personally the man who invented WFI, Hartwig Kunzel. And Hartwig Kunzel is one of the only two Germans I know with a sense of humor. He's at the Fraunhofer. He says, Joe, we don't do WFI either because nobody knows the boundary conditions, but I needed to get my doctorate. I wrote a paper, it's called WFI, Barking Up the Wrong Tree. Bada boom. So most people want a WFI simulation, so what I do is I do a simple calculation and then I manipulate the WFI inputs to give me the same result. So in other words, I'm taking a 55, 60-year-old technology, establishing the boundary conditions, and then use a modern computer program and manipulate the boundary conditions to get me the same answer. Well, that's lying. No, that's called convincing the people that need to be convinced using whatever technology is possible short of lying. Yeah. Okay. We changed the building code, IBC, IRC, to eliminate the interior vapor barrier if you put sufficient percentage of the rigid insulation on the outside. So there's a table in the code based on climate zones 4C, 5, 6, 7, 8, where it tells you based on whether your wall is a 2x4 or 2x6, 2x4 is R13, 2x6 is R20, what percentage of the total insulation you need to be on the outside to control condensation. And the assumption is that the interior relative humidity is 30%. Okay, shh. I did it for 40%, but I don't tell anybody it's for 40%. I say that it's 30% to have a safety factor buffer. Shh, okay? Yeah, I know. So what we end up doing is if you have a WFI simulation, I make WFI give me the same answer as this because people don't agree if it's written as a table in the code, it can't possibly be freaking right. Well, it depends on whether I wrote that code or not. That's not just a joke. Okay, I want you to know that this isn't my technology, all right? I'm just the deliverer. The old timers, young Joseph, you need to warm up the condensing surface. Professor, what's a condensing surface? Joe, you need to put a sweater on the outside when it's cold. You don't want to eat it and shove it into your ribs. You want to be a sweater wearer, not a sweater eater. Professor, I get it. So you wear the sweater, don't eat the sweater. And so the thermal resistance is the blue. The reason it's blue in this image is because Dow paid me. When it's pink, it's Owens Corning. When it's green, it's, if it's a color you can't recognize it, it's a peer-reviewed paper for ASHRAE. So I've sold out. Yeah. There you go. But I only tell my understanding the physics. So in other words, you can't pay me to say something that doesn't follow the physics, but you can pay me to say something that I would say anyway, even if you didn't pay me. So, well, so I get sponsored to speak, even though I'd speak even if I didn't get paid. That's because, do you have any idea how expensive tires are for a Porsche? So $1,000 a tire. And wait for the rims. Rims are $5,000, $6,000. So, Joe, do you actually drive it? No, I sit in it and I play the Rolling Stones because that's the only way I get satisfaction, because I can't afford to drive it. Well, I don't like extruded polystyrenes and expanded polystyrenes and isocyanurates and whatever. Could I do it with spray foam? Yes, but it has to be closed cell. Can't be done with open cell. Well, I hate foam. Well, okay, fine, take a Valium. We'll use a material that you like. Well, I hate them all. Well, okay, you should become a consultant. So the ratio of the yellow stuff to the pink stuff has to follow the table, right? In the code for the zone you're in. Now understand that that's not assuming an indoor swimming pool or a data processing center or an art gallery museum that's pressurized, humidified, or a hospital that's humidified or pressurized. For special use facilities, you need to put all of the insulation on the outside all of the time. All of the insulation on the outside all of the time. Are we doing it? No. It's crazy. I shouldn't have a job. Okay, I take the wall and I slope it. It's called a roof. Whoa! Yeah, woo-woo! The physics of walls and roofs are pretty much the same. Yeah, woo! Could I use spray foam? Well, yeah, but it has to be closed cell. Wow, I don't like that much. Can I use a combination of fluffy pink stuff and rigid insulation? Well, yeah, as long as the ratio of the fluffy pink stuff and the rigid insulation follows the table in the code based on where you are climate zone-wise, right? When you go up to the Arctic Circle, the 51st state, all of the insulation needs to be above the sheathing, right? In your Anchorage, Alaska, you got to wear the sweater. You can't freaking eat any part of that sweater, right? Right. Could I have a combination of closed cell and fluffy stuff? Yes, as long as the ratio meets the climate requirement. Remember, we're assuming 30% relative humidity, right? So this won't work for an indoor swimming pool, data processing center, a hospital, an art gallery museum, right? Okay, this might be more useful to you. And it won't work for a grow house for marijuana. I wrote a paper that got published. It was called "This Bud's for You." I just simply took my paper for swimming pools and redid it and simply changed the swimming pool enclosure condition to it's the same condition if you're basically growing marijuana. I don't do marijuana, but it's very profitable to do the calculation. And they also want it to suck so that nobody knows the odors. Then you have to filter it up to yin-yang wazoo. Those are metric terms. 2 yin-yangs is a wazoo. You want to learn about air quality, go to somebody who's got a marijuana operation in the middle of Denver that he's trying to hide from the authorities. Can I use a combination of open cell and closed cell? Yes. The open cell has to be over a sufficient percentage of the thermal resistance of the closed cell. Are you with me on this? Yeah. No, they're cheaper. They're 1/3 the price. So you use as little of the expensive closed cell as possible, then you use the cheap stuff on the inside of it. Now guess what's cheaper than open cell foam? Fiberglass and cellulose. What's cheaper than closed cell foam? Rigid insulation that you can put on the frickin' outside. You know, but it's all marketing, right? And I don't have a problem with, you know, all of these different combinations as long as they follow the fundamental physics. We shouldn't be in the business of, you know, picking winners and losers. We should be in the business of providing the physics and the health basis for it, and then letting people figure it out, right? But I got, I got people so mad at me because I supported spray foam. I woke up with a spray foam can in my bed one day. It's a Godfather reference. You guys know those movies? All right. So this is a neat combination. An unvented flat roof. I love unvented roofs because unvented roofs don't burn. Because vented roofs burn because of the embers in wildfire. Unvented roofs are more energy efficient than vented roofs. But when we have places called snow, you have a ground snow load of greater than 50 pounds a square foot, you need to put a vented over roof over your unvented under roof because of the thermal resistance of the snow. Snow is between R1 and R2 per inch. So if I've got 10 inches of snow on my roof, I could have up to R20. The temperature of the snow shingle interface can go above freezing, would melt and run down to the edge of the roof and freeze, and the water would back up and we'd get an ice dam, right? 50 pounds a square foot, ground snow load, get ice dams, need to vent over the top of your unvented under roof. What happens when you're in Boulder, Colorado, and you have snow and you have a wildfire? Your vented over roof has to have vents that close during the fire event. Okay, any questions before I get into the perfect wall? Okay. Perfect wall, I became famous for it. I took a 1950s image, black and white, that was figured out before I was born. I colorized it. I was the Ted Turner of building science. Took a black and white and added colors to it, and changed and added 4 terms to it. Said, needs a water control layer, an air control, a vapor control, and a thermal control layer. I pointed out that this was after we handled the fire in the structure. So after you handle fire and structure, and you handle the damage functions of water, heat, and ultraviolet light. This is the order of importance. Water control layer is way more important than the air control layer. I've been doing this for a half century. I've never gotten a call in the middle of the night saying, my building is leaking air. I don't get that call. It's leaking water, okay, calm down, take a Valium, I'll be there. Now, the water and air control are way more important than the vapor control. You're better off not having a vapor control layer than having one in the wrong place. Let me repeat this. You're better off not having one than having one in the wrong place. Now, having one in the right place is better than not having one, but sometimes if you don't know what you're doing, don't put one in. And then control the temperature of the condensing surface by wearing the sweater, not eating the sweater, right? And the least important is the thermal control layer, or it could be the most important. Let me explain. The thermal control layer and the amount of energy flowing across the wall, roof, or foundation affects the water, air, and vapor. So it can either be the most important or the least important. But it's easy to calculate it, so I put it at the bottom because the other 3 are more difficult to execute. So you want a really good thermal control layer, but you focus on the water, air, and vapor first. Then add as much insulation as you can, and then double it. Every time I figured out, this is what the optimal thermal resistance needs to be, I've always been wrong. I just simply, shit, it should have been twice that. So here it is. Structure. The black line is the water, air, and vapor. The blue is the thermal control. And then my cladding is back ventilated and drained. Big argument that we still have is how much back ventilation and drainage do I need with my cladding? The short answer is not very much. Well, you need 2 inches. No, you don't. You need 1 inch. No, you don't. You can get drainage with a 32nd of an inch. Where'd the 1 inch come from? That's the thickness of a mason's knuckles and fingers, remember? Remember my joke? If attorneys laid brick, it would have been 3/8 of an inch. Where'd the 2 inches come from? That's when we used to put a 2x4 in the bottom of the wall. We were doing a brick veneer, and we would pull the 2x4 up to break up the mortar droppings, right? The 2x4 is 1.5 inches. You added a 1/4 inch to the front and the back. So it's just to clear out the mortar droppings. If you didn't have mortar droppings, you need a 32nd of an inch. Wow! Can we screw around with that? Well, yeah, you can build your wall, put a drainage mat, that's a 1/4 inch polypropylene mesh with a filter fabric, and build your brick veneer and not give a shit about mortar droppings, right? Because you're draining it, and the filter fabric prevents the mortar droppings from screwing up the drainage, right? Whoa! Who knew this? Old people, dead now, wrote it in books. Yeah, I know. Joe, how come you know all this? Well, I couldn't get a date in high school. I'd end up in the library. There are more jokes to this that I can't tell you. You lay it down, you get the perfect roof. Lay it the other way, you get the perfect slab. Whoa! The physics of walls, roofs, and foundations are very similar to each other. They're not identical, but they're really close. Whoa! Yeah. So this is one version of the perfect roof. I got my roof structure. Black line is my water, air, and vapor control. I've got rigid insulation. I've got a filter fabric and ballast to keep things from blowing off, and the ballast is basically my fireproofing. Wow, awesome. I replace the ballast with dirt, grass, and a goat, I get a green point, right? Doesn't make the roof work any better, but you feel better about yourself. And what's the R value of dirt? Nothing. You're a moron. I want to grow green shit up there. Why? Well, green is just good. Well, what happens when you're in a drought? It's a fire hazard. So in the middle of a freaking drought in California, they're having to water their green freaking roofs to reduce the fire risk. We need to build a wall between California and the rest of the country so those stupid ideas don't make it across the Mississippi River, okay? We're building the wall in the wrong place. Jesus. Joe, do you like green roofs? Yeah. Well, why? Because they look kind of neat. Well, you need to store your water up there. Well, isn't that kind of stupid? Why would you want to store your water on the top of the structure where the whole idea is to get the water off of the roof? Right? Well, you know, we haven't invested in civil engineering infrastructure and drains and stuff in our roads. We want to trap the water on the top of the building because it was easier to do that than to put in sewers and drains and shit. I'm serious. Are you nuts? You want to leave the water on the top of your building in the most riskiest place possible? Whoa, those drugs or alcohol, I want some, okay? So, okay, let's turn it upside down and we get the perfect slab. Dirt? Yeah. Stones, what are the stones for? They're a capillary break and drainage. And insulation, you want an insulation. Well, they all freaking work if you've got the stones and drainage. Then you've got your plastic vapor barrier, and then you've got your concrete. Oh man, I got thousands of pounds of water in the concrete. Well, yeah, but you're not getting any more from the ground. Well, I want to put a carpet down right on the top of that. Well, you're going to have to coat the top of the concrete with something to keep the carpet from getting wet, right? Right? I want to put a wood floor down. Well, is the concrete old or new? Well, it's brand new. We need to put shit on the top of the concrete so the wood doesn't get wet. Whoa! Does that hurt the concrete? No. Concrete gets stronger and happier. Now you want it to double its strength? Keep it wet for 1,000 years. Just ask the Greeks and the Romans. The Greeks said the Romans stole that technology from us. And I said, well, yeah, but you stole it from the Etruscans. It's a joke that will make sense after a single malt. All right, so I've got my section. Perfect wall, perfect roof, a perfect slab. Now comes the aha moment. Are you ready? You got to connect them. How you connect them is the magic of building science. You want continuity of the water control layer. You need to connect the water control layer of the roof to the water control of the wall to the water control layer of the foundation. Then you connect the air control of the roof to the air control of the wall to the air control of the foundation. The vapor to the vapor to the vapor, the thermal to the thermal next. It can't be that easy. It is. It's that freaking easy. I shouldn't have a job. Are you kidding me? I don't need to do a calculation. What should the R value be? Double it. Who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. They all work. Guess what? It works in every climate zone in the world. Well, okay. Let's go to Alaska. 2 seasons there, this winter and last winter. It's freaking cold outside. Hot and humid inside. Moisture flows through framing, the concrete, the steel studs, whatever, and hits the black line, and what happens? Nothing. Because the black line is what? Warm. Woo, woo, woo. All right, let's go to Key West, Florida. Hot and wet and hotter and wetter. We have air conditioning on the inside. Moisture's going from the outside in. It blows through the brick, through the space, through the insulation, and hits the black line. And what happens? It changes phase. I get water. I end up with water on the outside of the water control layer. Oh, son of a bitch. I end up with water on the water control layer. Woo! You mean this works in every planet? Yes, Mars. Every country. Yes, everywhere. If you don't know shit, specify this. You're always going to be right. Just increase the thermal resistance more than the code. I don't care what you do. The order matters here. Ready for a John Straub comment? This is from Straub. You can pick your nose, pick your teeth, and pick your butt, but the order matters. Okay, let's put in a freaking hole. It's called a window. And what do we know about windows? They leak. So you connect the water control to the inside surface of the window. So when that piece of shit window leaks, the water leaks to the outside. A leak is not a leak if the client never sees it. Whoa! What leaks more than a window? A door. What's the worst door? A sliding door. Followed by what? A balcony. Yeah, let's put a balcony on my building with a sliding door on it. Woo! You're not getting the humor there. You have to make sure that you flash and seal around the structural connection of the balcony to the rest of the structure to make the water control layer be continuous, right? Do you think that's easy? No. So, what are the biggest risks? Windows, doors, balconies, where roofs connect to walls, then where walls connect to foundations. So that's what I do. I just walk around and, oh, yeah, okay. And, you know, the minimum fee is 4 Porsche tires. I think I'm joking, aren't you? Well, could I have 2 control layers in my roof? Well, yeah. The upper one is the water control, and the lower one is the air and vapor control, and the blue is the thermal control. Does this work? Yes, absolutely. The problem is the air and vapor control layer at the edge of the roof has to connect to the wall one, and you usually have a parapet there. And parapets are where things get screwed up. It's so common, I've called it parapetitis. We have a lack of connection between the water to water, the air to air, the vapor to vapor.
You show a control layer over the structure. When I see most flat roofs go down, you got the corrugated deck.
Yes, the
And
cord.
they put the tapered insulation right down and screw it down, and then they put the membrane.
It doesn't
Underneath the insulation.
It doesn't work. It's a huge risk unless you have no moisture in the vapor form on the inside. You need an air and vapor control layer between the tapered insulation and the fluted deck. I'm going to show that, but I'm saying that's one of the most common failures. Well, we never had to do this before. Well, you never had a lot of moisture inside. Oh, okay. Whoops. The problem is the parapet, right? So the air and vapor control layer go under the parapet. The top surface is the water control layer, and it goes over the top of the parapet. Right? So the roof membrane wraps the top of the parapet, but the air control and the vapor control go through the parapet, which freaks out the structural engineer, right? Yeah. So you have to talk to the structural engineer. You have to speak slowly and use small words and use pictures with colors. Okay, you have to understand my first mentor was a structural engineer, Eric Burnett. He was originally from a country called Rhodesia, which no longer exists. And then he went to South Africa, became a professor there, and then ended up in Canada. Why did he end up in Canada? He fell in love with a babe. It happens. It happens, just letting you know. He's still with the babe, just wanting you to know. Well, okay, what if I have an attic? Well, the air control and vapor control of the ceiling under the insulation connects to the wall insulation, and you can vent it. The trouble with venting it is that in hot, humid places, what are you bringing in? Humid air. In a place where it burns, what are you bringing in? You got it. So can we build unvented roofs that handle fire in the snow load? And the answer is yes, but it's not easy. But it's cheaper to do that than rebuild every time there's a fire. Whoa, this is a vented over roof over an unvented under roof. Well, how do you handle the vents? Well, you close them when there's a fire. Now, they can't be mechanical because there's a power failure when there's a fire, right? So if you have a power failure, you have to have a battery backup to close your vents. Or you design the vents to actually vent vapor, but not vent air. Huh? You can lift the upper ridge vent, cover it with tar paper or high temperature Tyvek, put the vent on the top of it. What passes is vapor, not air. Whoa! How do you know that works? Well, a couple of reasons. When you add water vapor to air, you reduce the air's density. So water vapor floats up. Water vapor in air causes the moisture-laden air to float up. With me on this? So you're telling me as the humidity goes up, the air density goes down. Right. This would be important if you're a pilot. Right? You ever been at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport in the middle of July? It's 105 degrees Fahrenheit, sunny. There's absolutely no clouds in the sky. There's no freaking wind. And the humidity, it's 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 90% relative humidity, and none of the planes are taking off. Why? Because the air isn't dense enough to provide sufficient lift for rotation. So they're sitting at the end of the runway burning off thousands of pounds of fuel to make the plane light enough in order to be able to reach rotation speed to be able to freaking take off. Yeah. Gee, if you know where this is Professor Hanegard, young Joseph. You can't prevent the air moisture from getting to this place, but you know that it's going to always get there. Deal with it when it gets there. Whoa! You can't keep it from getting there, but you know where it's going to freaking end up. Deal with it when it gets there. It can all end up at the ridge. So let the vapor leave at the ridge. It's called a vapor diffusion port. It took 30 years for me to get that one through the code. Only 30 years. By the way, my Maple Leafs haven't won in over 50 years, so I'm still more efficient than the Toronto Maple Leafs. Okay, can I make it unvented? Not where there's snow. Not where there's snow. Well, okay, you could put a heat strip up there and melt the freaking snow. You do that in Aspen if you're a multimillionaire because you want to demonstrate how thermally responsible you are by flying in with your private freaking jet, your multi-billion-dollar whatever, and using a heat strip run by solar heat. But you don't want the solar panels mess up the view, so you have the solar panels down valley in the poor section. You have the solar panels with the poor people in basalt because you're a moron. I don't actually say that to them that way. I just give them the look, but they hire me after they have a water leakage issue. And I don't ask for money, I just ask for a weekend.
Probably the battery. We'll have to get you a solar powered one.
We're about ready for a break anyway, but so we do this in Florida. The most common way of building in Florida is to use open cell foam on the underside of the roof deck. And for two reasons. One, I think I showed you yesterday with the mechanical systems in the roof leading to a high negative pressure. If the roof is vented, if the roof is unvented, the mechanical systems are inside. The other thing is that vented roofs blow off during hurricanes. So an unvented roof in Florida, the structural engineers love because they don't blow off. And they're way more energy efficient. And they don't burn. Taste great, less filling. They do everything. Well, yeah, but you're going to lose your shingle warranty. Roofing companies that make shingles want you to vent to get a warranty. Well, I have a lot of fun with them because the color of the shingle is more important than whether it's vented or not. Do you know that a white shingle lasts a lot longer than a black shingle, but you get the same warranty? The color is more important than venting. I never get involved in litigation with them because they hire me to be unavailable. Farmers get paid not to farm. I get paid not to sue them. I keep telling you how expensive the tires are on a Porsche, man. You don't, Jesus. All right. Configurations of the perfect wall. This was the original. Block, plaster CMU on the inside, your control layers, the black line, usually a membrane or a fluid applied, rigid insulation, semi-rigid insulation in airspace, and brick. This is the best of the best of the best that we know how to build on this planet. You can argue about the carbon footprint. You don't like extruded polystyrene, that's fine. You can use timber HB wood fiberboard. Fine. Well, the wood burns. Well, you can use fluffy rocks, right? You know, rock wool. Well, yeah, but you got to melt rock with dead dinosaur juice. Yeah, but the building's going to last 100, 200 years. What's the carbon footprint of a 200-year building? Nothing. What's the carbon footprint of a 10-year-old building? Really freaking big, no matter what shit you use, right? Okay. But can you make it less expensive? Sure. Commercially, we put steel studs up, right? Okay, so this is CMU in concrete. You can make it much less expensive by having what? Steel studs. Notice that there's no insulation in the steel stud. Why? Insulating a steel stud is a thermodynamic obscenity. You got a 5.5-inch steel stud in R19 bat, the effective thermal resistance is R4 because of the conductivity of steel. Steel is 400 times more conductive than wood. You know how I know this? I've never seen wood wiring. Well, once. Bad joke. Well, why do you actually insulate the steel stud? For acoustics. So you use fluffy stuff, otherwise it feels like a drum in there. So we wear the sweater thermally, and we eat the sweater for acoustics. You will know if you don't have fluffy stuff in steel studs. You want to really live in a drum, take steel studs and spray 1.5 inches of close self spray foam on the inside, right? It works, but you're going to need earplugs. But if you spray the foam and then fill it with fluffy stuff, it's just fine. Acoustics are important, people. Wow. Whether you insulate these cavities or not, it's going to be irrelevant to the thermal resistance because of the conductivity of the structure. So the only way to save energy is to wear the sweater, not eat the sweater, right? The most thermally efficient part of this building are the shitty windows. Doesn't that tell you something? With wood, this is awesome. You can eat the sweater and wear the sweater. But the ratio of the thermal resistance to the blue to the cavity is important. The colder it is, the thicker the thermal resistance of the blue layer, right? Right, to control the temperature of the condensing surface. Well, why can't you put the air control layer on the inside? Well, we did at first, and it wasn't very good. The first interior air control layer was polyethylene, and that really crapped badly. And so my mentor, Gus Handegord, said, you know, drywall will work. And I started using drywall, so my master's degree was the air drywall approach. And then I started building. It wasn't easy. So then we put a membrane on the outside of the framing, Tyvek and Typar, then we made it rigid. So in 40 years, we've gone from a membrane on the inside to rigid on the inside, to a membrane on the outside, to a fully adhered rigid on the outside. So the best place is the air barrier on the outside of the structure that's completely rigid. That's where it is. That's where it should be. It just took a long time for youngsters like me to figure out, oh, by the way, in the 40s and 50s, the old timers said it's got to be on the outside and it's got to be rigid. Wow. Okay, let's take a break and come back and talk about the water molecule. 10 minutes?
Sounds better. Fine. No, that was easy. But what about the barrier? Oh, wait a minute, there's no barrier. Exactly.
No, there might be batteries in the.
But sorry, I don't care.
we're gonna podiumize him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that much of a difference. I can understand
I can fix it by stealing the batteries from this one. No, I bought this because no, but I could take the batteries out of this and put it in the body pack.
that mic is, I don't know about where you're at, but these sound better, I think.
Or gooder, or better.
The one thing is that walking around the building,
Yeah, I didn't realize how much of a difference it was until I changed to that. It's like all of a sudden I can understand them a lot better.
The batteries always go dead in these.
I run synthetics in like cabinets and whatnot, and I use like the wireless mics. I do have some of these, and I call it the Lieutenant Uhura set for work. I have some of those. You know, I'll be honest with you, a lot of them sound good against the best.
Especially if you can find the ones made in the USA.
Exactly. You know, they're just, I get a lot of performers wearing, I want to learn these vocal mics. It's their disease, they can do what they want.
Yeah.
They're petri dish. And when they set up, sometimes the mics are really cheap ones. It's only $20 or $30 less than a good one. They do that to save money, where they buy some super expensive and Indonesian machines to do that.
All this great stuff, the battery on top of it, yeah.
Yeah. They didn't take them yesterday, Anthony? Huh. If you guys want water or some cookies, Anthony found those. Somebody was throwing them away, but they still look good. And if anybody wants a bite of this apple fritter, you can have a bite. So, yeah. We're going to be doing wind sprints out in the parking lot for anybody who needs to get blood flow, heart rate up. I'll be following with the van in case anybody
Quick question, I'm a
Yes,
little
sir.
puzzled. When you, that one you said, it says, moisture moves from warm to cold, but how does that apply when you have a, say, a glass? When you have cold beverage inside a glass and the moisture goes up to the warmer condensation.
Well, it actually is going from warm to cold, so the moisture, the water is cold, so it's not going anywhere. It's going from the outside to the outside surface. That's why cold beverage water is sweating on the outside.
Okay, okay,
It's exterior moisture.
okay, okay, okay.
Remember, this comes from a guy that drinks beer.
All I do is.
Okay. Doesn't get more exciting than this than talking about the water molecule. All right, so this is probably, the simplest molecule to play with. It's also one of the most important, and for me, the most fun. And it's everything I'm going to say is incredibly obvious, but forgotten, not paid attention to. How's that as a start? So it's H2O. It's one oxygen and two hydrogens. But you see the way it's laid out, it's unbalanced. It wants two more hydrogens on the other side. So it wants to be H4O, but it's H2O. Does that, see, in other words, there's two on one side, and they want two more on the other side. It's unbalanced. It's polarized. It's a polarized water molecule, much like our nation. So these water molecules are really tiny magnets that have a positive and a negative side. And so what happens is they want to stick to each other, but they want the negative side to stick to the positive side. They're attracted to each other. Whoa. They're trying to have a relationship. Okay, size matters. It's not, I'm not going where you think I'm going, okay? Just again, they don't let me teach undergraduates, okay? Just letting you know. In the vapor form, water molecules exist individually. In the liquid form, 75 to 150 of them stick together. Okay, vapor is much smaller than liquid. Vapor is much smaller than liquid. So if you have a material that's got holes in it, and the holes are large enough to pass vapor, but small enough to catch the liquid, they would be vapor permeable but hydrophobic. Everybody with me on this? All right, now, this is a thing that is so obvious, it pisses me off, it leads me to drinking. And you can't start off with something that has no holes and poke holes in it to say that it's liquid water open and vapor water closed, because the poker is way big. In other words, we don't have small enough pokers. So, the size of the water molecule, can think of it as being a large beach ball, and the smallest poker is a weather balloon or a Zeppelin, all right? So when anybody says I've perforated this to make it vapor permeable, danger, Will Robinson danger, because now it's no longer able to handle liquid. So what you do is you start off with something that's got lots of holes and clog them up. So you give something that's got big holes arterial sclerosis. So this is well, we gotta, we made it vapor permeable by perforating it. You're an idiot. I don't actually say that, I think it, and I transfer it telepathically. Okay, this part is gonna hurt. It's probably the most complicated thing to explain, the difference between relative humidity and vapor pressure, but it's one of the most important things that I'm hoping you take away from this. In other words, if you forget about all the jokes, forget about all of the other stuff, if you just walk out of here and you understand the difference between relative humidity and vapor pressure, you're going to be in an incredibly small minority and be very, very good or very, very dangerous depending on your personality. All right, so here goes. And I'm going to explain it the way that I was taught a long time ago in a galaxy far away. So let's have a glass cube. So the red line is glass, and it's 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot, and it's hollow. So the volume is 1 cubic foot. And the edges of the glass are sealed to one another like Johnny Carson's envelopes. They're hermetically sealed. Nothing inside the cube can get out. Nothing outside the cube can get in. Glass is a perfect vapor barrier, air barrier, and water barrier. Everybody with me on this? They're hermetically sealed, all right? So I'm going to put 1 trillion molecules in that upper cube, and they're in the vapor form. So I've got 1 trillion molecules in that cube. So the water vapor density is 1 trillion molecules per cubic foot. Everybody get that? 1 trillion molecules per cubic foot. We don't use that term because people would understand it. So we make up a verb. We call it vapor pressure. So vapor pressure is really water vapor density, but we don't call it water vapor density. We call it vapor pressure. Well, how the hell do you get vapor pressure from water molecules? Well, they're scurrying around in there. Zzz. You can't hear them. I'm just making a sound effect to try to connect with you. But every now and then, a water molecule hits the side of the cube. Boom, boom, boom. Again, you don't hear it, but a collision. And that collision is a force, and the force is called pressure. So there are more molecules in there, the more collisions, the more force, the more vapor pressure. Everybody got that? So vapor pressure is nothing more than water vapor density. Okay, now, that upper cube is at 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, it turns out that at 75 degrees Fahrenheit, that cube can hold up to 2 trillion molecules in the vapor form. If I try to put 3 trillion in there, 1 trillion would condense and accumulate on the side of the surfaces of the cube. So it can't hold in the vapor form any more than 2 trillion, all right? It's got 1 trillion in it, so it's halfway to the total amount it can hold at that temperature. It's 50% of the way, so its relative humidity is 50%. So relative humidity is the amount of water vapor in the vapor form that can be held in the vapor form at that particular temperature. All right, so let me repeat this because this is a really big freaking deal. The amount of water molecules in the cube in the absolute sense is called vapor pressure. Vapor pressure is water vapor density. Now, the amount in that space compared to the total amount that can be held in that space based on the temperature is called relative humidity, right? Now, the cube in physics doesn't care whether the air is in there or not. Right? So this would happen regardless of whether we had oxygen or nitrogen in there. Does that, okay? But we're not going to get into that. I'm just, saying that, don't get confused with the oxygen, nitrogen, just freaking air. All right, well, if I take that upper cube and I just move it horizontally, and I reduce its temperature from 75 degrees to 60 degrees, I'm not changing the water vapor density. No molecules can get out, no molecules can get in. So the vapor pressure doesn't change. But at 60 degrees, we can only hold 1 trillion molecules in the vapor form, so its relative humidity is 100%. You should say, holy shit, I can change relative humidity not by changing the amount of water, just by changing the temperature. Whoa! Okay, you're not excited about this, you ought to be freaking excited. But Mother Nature, being a vicious woman with a sense of humor that's scary, doesn't stop at that. So let's take that upper cube and lower it. And so I've got the lower cube, it's, got 1 trillion in it. It's at 75 degrees Fahrenheit. It can hold 2 trillion. Its relative humidity is 50%. I shift it over and I don't change its temperature. I just add 0.5 trillion water molecules. And now the relative humidity is 75%. So I can change relative humidity 2 ways. I can do it by changing the temperature, or I can do it by changing the vapor pressure. And because it can happen both ways, the way you're not thinking about it at the time is the one that screws you. Is that just the way it works? All right, now, I took a lot of simplifications in this. I basically said that for every 15 degree change in temperature, I'm doubling the vapor pressure. And I'm here to tell you, or the relative humidity, I'm here to tell you it's 18 degrees. That's why the lines on the psychometric chart are curved. 18 freaking degrees, not 15. I chose 15 just to make the calculation in our head easier. Okay? 18 degrees. That's crazy. Nobody knows why, okay? It's just, it is. All right, so let me repeat. I can change relative humidity 2 ways. I can do it by adding or subtracting water molecules, meaning changing vapor pressure, or I can do it just by changing the temperature. Whoa. Okay, this next part is going to freak you out. Hygroscopic materials like wood and paper and concrete don't see vapor pressure. They see relative humidity. Nobody knows why. They don't see, if the universe made any freaking sense, vapor pressure would be the one, but it's not. It's relative humidity, okay? Wood sees relative humidity, not goddamn vapor pressure. Plywood sees relative humidity, not vapor pressure. OSB sees, okay, you got all this? Concrete sees, okay. So let's take this for a spin. Let's give you another analogy. The size of the cup shows basically how much water molecules can be held in a particular space. So I've got a 90 degree Fahrenheit cup. Is twice as big as a 75 degree Fahrenheit cup. And the 75 degree Fahrenheit cup is twice as big as a 60 degree Fahrenheit cup, which is twice as big as the 45 degree cup, which is twice as big as the 30 degree Fahrenheit cup. Everybody see that? And they're all half filled with water molecules. So they all have a relative humidity of 50%. When somebody says, I measured the relative humidity and it was 50%, you don't know freaking anything, because you need to know the temperature the relative humidity reading was made at. Okay, and it's worse. If you measure the temperature over here and the relative humidity over here, you don't know shit. You got to measure them at the same place and at the same time. Whoa. Yeah. So, the air outside in the wintertime is cold, so it's a really small freaking cup. It's almost completely filled with water. So 90% relative humidity at 35 degrees Fahrenheit is not uncommon. So I bring it into the house and I heat it up and I pour it into a 70-degree Fahrenheit cup and it drops to 30% relative humidity. So, high air change in a leaky house pushes in, or brings in, cold air, right? When you heat it, you drop the relative humidity and you push out interior warm air that's got moisture in it, right? A cubic foot in pushes a cubic foot out. And if the air that's being pushed out has got water in it, what does high air change do in a cold climate in a building that's heated? It makes it incredibly freaking dry. Right? Right. Okay. Let's go to Atlanta. I take 90-degree Fahrenheit air at 90% relative humidity. It's a really big cup that's almost completely filled. And I pour it into a 55-degree Fahrenheit cup. Why 55-degree Fahrenheit? That's the temperature of the cooling coil in a typical air conditioning system. Where did the 55 degrees come from? The guy that invented Freon, Thomas Ridgely. So the air coming off the air conditioning cooling coil is at 55 degrees Fahrenheit, 100% relative humidity, and you got a huge pile, a puddle of water. That's the condensate that drains out of your air conditioning system, right? Now, 55 degree Fahrenheit air at 100% relative humidity is not very comfortable. The only thing that's happy at that condition is a red French Bordeaux wine bottle. All right? Now, you then take that air-conditioned air and you drop it into a space at 75 degrees Fahrenheit, and that humidity is dropped to 40% relative humidity, right? Right. And so air conditioning dehumidifies, right? But only if it's cooling. If it's not cooling, the humid air stays humid, right? Right. Okay. Any questions before we get really ugly? All right. Hygroscopic materials see relative humidity. They don't see vapor pressure. Vapor pressure, it's called sorption. So these are the curves of relative humidity versus moisture content for spruce, plywood, brick, mortar, concrete, and stucco. Materials that you would never see on a construction site, right? That was a joke. So all of the common materials that we deal with don't see vapor pressure, they see relative humidity. And nobody knows why. But that's okay, you don't need to know why, you just need to know, is it or isn't it, all right? If you know that it happens, you can deal with it. You figure this out, Nobel Prize. Really, Nobel Prize. Anyway, wow. This is huge. Plywood becomes vapor permeable when the humidity goes up. OSB, not as much. So the sorption curve for plywood versus OSB is different. Remember I showed you that, the graphs where the plywood became more vapor permeable compared to the OSB. Again, we don't know why, but it is. I mean, we know why the difference between plywood and OSB is because we added a lot of glue and changed it. but we don't really understand the fundamentals of absorption. And here's how we test it. We have what we call the dry cup test, the wet cup test, and the inverted wet cup test. And so I normally have a demonstration and I spare no expense at it. So I have a cup, and the way that I make the cup dry is I drop a desiccant in it and I put the material I'm going to test on the top of it. And then so the relative humidity in the cup is 0%. And I put it in a box, an environmental chamber, at 50% relative humidity. So the top of the material is 50%, the underside of the material is 0%. The water molecules go from the 50 to the 0. And what happens to the weight of the cup? It goes up. So you have somebody weigh the cup every hour for several days. We call these people graduate students. We don't actually have to pay them, they actually pay us an insane amount of money, and we get them to do stupid shit like this. All right? So that's called the dry cup test. The wet cup test is I don't have a desiccant, I put in water in the liquid phase. And so it's 100% relative humidity in the cup. It's in the environmental chamber at 50%. The water molecules go where? In the opposite direction. So the weight of the cup does what? It goes down. So the dry cup test, the weight goes up. The wet cup test, the weight goes down. Everybody with me on that? The inverted wet cup is you turn it upside down and the liquid water is in direct contact with the material. So you have dry cup, wet cup, and inverted wet cup, and you get the curve. Now the problem is that most manufacturers give you the dry cup test result. My comment is, who gives a shit when things are dry? I want to know what goes on when it gets wet. This drives me crazy. And the wet cup usually isn't enough. I want to know the inverted wet cup as well. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to get this information from a manufacturer? So you don't. So you basically do your own. And of course, then you're saying, well, you made it up. And then I kind of say, I'll see you in court, or I want 4 tires. I need more cars now. All right, this is the craft facing on a fiberglass bat. Its dry cup test is less than 1 perm. Its wet cup test is 10 perms. So this material is a vapor barrier only in the absence of vapor. Let me repeat this. This material is only a vapor barrier in the absence of vapor. Duh. Now, having said that, because it was never really a vapor barrier, it saved a lot of buildings. When the piece of shit window leaked and it went into the wall, it was able to dry to the inside. And remember, in the wintertime in the old days, the interior relative humidities were 10 and 15%, right? So in the old days, leaky house, heated, the interior relative humidity was 10, 20%. This was a vapor retarder. You humidify to 30 to 40%, the water molecules blow through this like shit through a goose, right? Right. So you take an older building, tighten it up to yin-yang wazoo, reduce the air change, increase the humidity. Wow. Great. If you're a fire person, because the building is too wet to burn. Okay, this is OSB. Don't you, before they add the adhesive, don't you really, want to use this material, right? You take a shitty young tree, not an old tree, plantation grown, right? Southern yellow pine, shitty stuff, not oak and the real stuff. So, let's This is the South getting even with the North, right? We beat them in the Civil War. They ship us OSB with Southern Yellow Pine from Atlanta, right? You know, covered up with whatever. Well, I just want this all over my building, don't you? And there's the curve, vapor transmission between plywood and OSB. So when plywood gets wet, it dries. When OSB gets wet, it doesn't dry. Okay, so I crapped on OSB, but I actually love OSB. Well, why? Because I'm getting crappier plywood because we're not cutting down 500-year-old trees and peeling them and putting them together. We're getting plywood from other places, not in the United States, not in Canada, right? Right. OSB is more predictable because we make it here. And I can now, if I know it, and I know what it is, I can design around it. So I love OSB. I love Huber Zip. I love, you know, the water control layer we put on the outside surface of the Huber Zip. But the Huber Zip is not vapor permeable. It's not plywood. So I have to control the temperature of the condensing surface, right? So what do? Well, I put continuous insulation on the outside of it, and I want drainage between the continuous insulation and the water control layer on the zip, right? Right. Would plywood work better? Yeah. Good luck getting good plywood. I'm serious. Good luck getting good plywood. Well, I have old plywood. Yay! Woo! Okay. Sometimes older things are better. Yeah, I know. So this is plywood and OSB seeing exactly the same conditions, and the plywood is just like it's brand new, and the OSB has gone to crap because at the doesn't breathe at the higher relative humidity, right? Right. They're not the same thing. You have to use them differently. You can't expose them to the same conditions. If you know what their limitations are, again, a new wall, a new building, I love OSB. But I'm terrified about an old wall with OSB when I want to change the interior conditions. Now I'm like, well, maybe we should think about something else. With plywood, it was also kind of weird. It sucks up the liquid water into it at the point of wetting, and then it pulls it away from the point of wetting, so it reduces the concentration at the point of wetting because the water's drawn away, and then it opens up permeable and dries in both directions, right? OSB doesn't do this. So to make OSB work, you need bumpy surfaces on the outside of the OSB to distribute the liquid water. And since you can't buy a bumpy OSB, you have to buy a bumpy wrap to distribute that water laterally from the point of wetting, right? Right. This is another one that's a big deal. The temperature that we actually are measuring the sorption is not as important as the relative humidity. So it took a long time to figure out that, look, it doesn't matter what temperature you do these measurements at, it's the relative humidity versus moisture content is what governs. Now, this is Straub and Burnett in 2005, but they're quoting a 1940 work. So it's just finding its way into Penn State. Okay, okay. I love Penn State. Okay, we'll talk about that maybe at the end of the day before I drive off and we have a beer. Because you've got this giant broad band with relative humidity versus moisture content for wood, it's somewhere in that range. In other words, you know, you can't have a decimal point in your moisture content, all right? It's in that area. You see how you get the same reading, but it's somewhere in that broad band. You just want to be in the neighborhood to understand what's going on. So I'm tired of the decimal points, all right? All right, so what happened here? Well, we put in wood under a low moisture content, and then what happened? The humidity went up and it expanded, right? Where'd the humidity come from? Well, it could have come from a wet slab underneath it, right? Or it could have come from simply the air conditioning system not controlling the humidity. Well, how did old timers used to do these things? Well, the old timers liked to have very narrow strips of wood, so you have lots of joints. By having lots of joints, you could accommodate more movement. Bigger pieces of wood are more difficult to deal with than narrow pieces of wood. So in the old days, we would have wood floors with narrow pieces of wood, right? The reason we had narrow pieces of wood was not because we were cheap bastards. We actually knew that the wood moved and we wanted what? Lots of joints. If you have broad pieces of wood, now you got to make the wood float. Or you have to control the relative humidity very precisely. What are the odds that you're going to control the relative humidity very precisely? Slim to none. So you want big pieces of wood, you want a floating floor, right? Okay, well, fine. These are the transmission characteristics of certain materials based on relative humidity and the vapor permeance. The red line is asphalt-coated kraft paper. The green line is gypsum board with a latex primer and a latex top coat. The orange is the very expensive smart membrane. They hate me for this graph because I'm saying you can use shitty drywall with primer and paint to get you the same performance. You're not getting the humor there. Okay, let me put it another way. The effect of the membrane disappears if you then have 2 or 3 coats of paint on the outside of your drywall, right? Yeah. So, Joe, you're not a big fan of smart vapor retarders, even though you had one when you did the airtight drywall approach. Well, yeah. So what are you a fan of? Elevating the temperature of the condensing surface, putting the insulation on the outside and the control layers on the outside of the structure. That is the most robust, most durable way to build anywhere on the planet. Anywhere on the planet, at any time, even Dover, Delaware. Okay, this is the permeance of WRBs. Felt and asphalt saturated kraft become very, very, very vapor permeable when they get wet, right? Tyvek goes from 40 to 60 perms. Typar is, 15 to 20. Weathermates plus and whatever. You see the more modern WRBs become less and less vapor open. Now, this is both good and bad. Good means that if I have brick or stucco on the outside and it rains on the brick or stucco, the brick or stucco gets wet, and I'm air conditioning and the sun comes out and elevates the temperature of the water in the brick or stucco, it's going to be driven inward. And I might not want to have a lot of it being driven inward. And so I came up with a term. I said we often want a vapor throttle behind a reservoir cladding. The idea is that a reservoir cladding will store water after a rain event, so it's a reservoir, and because of sun and air conditioning, the moisture drive is going to be where? Inward, and I might want to slow down that flow by throttling it. So I don't want a vapor barrier, I want a vapor throttle. And so I recommended Typar over Tyvek simply because Typar acted as a better vapor throttle. So who was pissed off at me? Well, DuPont. Well, our product was specifically designed for this. And I said, no, your product wasn't. Your product was packaging material that somebody decided to put on your building. It was never designed. Why don't you come out with a smarter version of Tyvek? They have coming soon. But the point was is that it was made for packaging. So you took a Federal Express package and you say, well, that's my smart membrane on the outside of a building? No, it's not. But hey, marketing is basically institutionalized lying, right? Okay, I don't have a problem with this. I just want to know what the materials are. I can make them all work. I really like Tyvek because of the liquid water control. Like it's insane, and I can tape it. I don't use it for vapor control. I use something else. Well, okay. Any questions before we get to the next topic? Okay. Water molecules that are moving from more to less, independent of an air pressure difference, is called vapor diffusion. Water molecules that are held in a hunk of air, and that hunk of air moves from one place to another with an air pressure difference, it carries the water molecules with it. So you have water molecules going from more to less without airflow, and you have water molecules being carried by air from one place to another. Everybody got it? All right, here's the aha. I got a 4-foot by 8-foot sheet of drywall, and I've got vapor diffusion across the wall from the inside to the outside in Ottawa, Canada, over the course of the winter, and I get 1/3 of a quart of water. I cut a 1 square inch hole in that drywall in Ottawa in the wintertime. And it's on the second floor of a 2-story house in Ottawa. So I've got something called the stack effect, right? The air wants to have air leak from the inside to the outside. And 1 square inch is the air leakage of an electrical outlet on your wall. And I get 30 quarts of water. It's 100 to 1. So which is more important in transferring moisture? Air or diffusion? It's not even close, it's air. Now this isn't my graphic, this comes from Madeleine Rousseau. I got credit for it only because I converted it from a square meter and Celsius into American units because I was working in the United States. So this is Madeleine Rousseau's work. I just converted it into American units because where was I working? America. I was kicked out. John Timisk and Gus Hanegord said, Joe, if you want to live and work in the United States, you have to convert meters to square feet, Celsius into Fahrenheit, and liters to quarts. Huh? Here I am. So let's take this to Atlanta. Moisture flow is in the opposite direction, right? From the outside in, not from the inside out. I get way more moisture from the outside in Atlanta than I get from vapor diffusion from the inside out in Chicago. So I've got 3/4 of a quart of water. But I'm only going to have I actually have a lower air pressure differential, 1 square inch a hole, and I get 7 quarts of water by airflow. So the vapor diffusion is much higher from the outside in Atlanta than the inside out in Chicago. Does that make sense? But the airflow dominates everywhere. So it's not even close. Air control, air pressure, air barriers are way more important in all climate zones than vapor barriers. It's not even close. So what's everybody preoccupied with? Vapor bears. It's just, I don't get it. And I got into so much trouble. I know it's hard to believe that I ever get into trouble. But there were a bunch of mechanical engineers in the United States that said, well, look, all we got to do is pressurize these hotels, and we don't have to worry about things. And I said, well, yeah, you will stop the airflow bringing humidity from the outside in, but you still have vapor diffusion. And the vapor diffusion doesn't see the air pressure, because the only place that the air is going to be leaking out is at a hole, but the place where you don't have a hole, you have vapor pressure differences, right? So that you can't save your hotel by pressurizing it if you have vinyl wallpaper on the inside. Yeah, I know. We never had this argument in Canada because I keep pointing out we only have 2 seasons in Canada, this winter and last winter. The United States has got everything, right? We go from Key West to Anchorage, Alaska. We know more about stuff than anybody else simply because we've experienced more than everybody else. And we're just beginning to figure it out in a way that we can communicate this to everybody else. All right, any questions before I pile on more? All right. Rain. Oh my God. Rain, 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 rain. So I became famous for 2 sayings. Are you ready? If you want to save cash, flash, and don't be a dope, slope. I'm going to repeat this. I built a career on this. If you want to save cash, flash, and don't be a dope, slope. And then I would go around saying, good, bad. Because the most common failures are missing flashing, no flashing, or reverse flashing, right? It's like, still, you know, to this day. So here I am, sparing no expense at a demonstration. Clearly a Canadian, he's a hoser. So I want to demonstrate how much water passes through a brick wall. This is not an ASTM test, this is practical. So the water leaks through this brick in approximately 30 seconds. And it's not leaking through the brick, it's not leaking through the mortar, it's leaking through the joint connection between the mortar and the brick, right? Right? Yeah. Wow, you're kidding. This is a shitty brick job. No, it's a freaking phenomenal brick job. It's awesome. Brick leaks. Always has, always will. Well, how'd the freaking Etruscans and the Greeks and the Romans do this? Well, they would have 3 or 4 layers of bricks smooshed together. You know, 10% of the water that passes through the first layer gets into the second layer, but only 10% of the 10% gets through the second layer, and then 10% of the 10% of the 10% gets through the third layer. Do you follow how it's going? So we have storage, absorption, and redistribution. That's how we did it in the old days. We also had energy to force the moisture in and out because of the temperature differences. Woo-hoo! And we had plaster on the inside. Woo-hoo! So how can we screw this up? Have one layer, put paper-faced drywall on the inside, and don't handle the water that gets through the first layer. Now, the first thing you know, well, Joe's a millionaire. Kin folks said, Joe, move away from there. America is a place you ought to be, so I loaded up the car and moved to Washington, D.C. Yeah, I know, bad joke. So let's have tar paper to handle the 5 to 10% of the water that passes through the single layer brick. And that's okay, you just need to make sure that it's lapped this way, not that way. And you need to make sure that we don't have a lot of mortar droppings, right? And I already told you where the airspace dimension came from, you know. mason's knuckles and fingers, right? Well, the trouble is we can't rely on that anymore. So what we do is we usually have 2 layers now with a brick veneer, where the outer layer is a bond brick to prevent the mortar droppings from sticking to the inner layer. Then we want a small gap between the outer and the inner layer to provide drainage. See, the big thing we need to control is something called hydrostatic pressure. And I'm going to translate this. The taller the column of water, the more it weighs. Yeah. So here's the unit. 2 inches of water weigh 2 inches. 4 inches of water weigh 4 inches. So the unit of measurement is the inches of water for hydrostatic pressure. Now, the metric is, 250 pascals is 1 inch of water. And a Pascal is named after a dead French guy, which pissed off the English, so they defined a Pascal as a Newton per square meter. See, because Newton was a dead English. Okay, I know. So this is a hockey puck. It's most commonly found in the net behind a Toronto Maple Leafs goalie. It's exactly 1 inch in diameter. 1 inch in thickness. So what we're going to do is we're going to put plywood up and Tyvek or Typar or tar paper over it. Then we're going to put a bunch of hockey pucks against that. Then we're going to put brick veneer up. So the hockey puck is going to represent a hunk of mortar between the brick and the water control area. Everybody with me on that? All right, so if I have 1 hockey puck and the water passes through the brick and it hits the top of the hockey puck, it drains on either side and nothing bad happens, right? If I have 2 hockey pucks, nothing bad happens. But if I have 3 hockey pucks and the water builds up, I can get a tremendous force. Let's say that there's no wind, but it's raining and the water passes through and I get 1 inch of water. That's equivalent to a 45 mile per hour wind. I can get hurricane forces acting on my wall in the absence of a hurricane just if I don't have any drainage. Whoa. Well, what are the odds that you're going to have nail holes and staples in your water control layer? Right. And it doesn't matter if you control the hydrostatic pressure. Who gives a shit about a hole if you're not pushing water through the hole? So the only way to keep our walls from not leaking is to not have the pressure. Okay? It's easier to control the pressure than to get rid of all the holes. The secret has never been getting rid of the holes. The secret has always been controlling the pressure. You want to drain the rain. How many people have heard of the term drainage plane? Did I tell you? Drainage plane? Did I tell you about that? I invented the term drainage plane. Alcohol and a musical were involved. I was dating my wife-to-be and we were watching My Fair Lady. We're drinking wine. In the middle of My Fair Lady, Eliza Doolittle says, "The rain in Spain stays mainly on the plain." I turned to Betsy and I said, "We need to drain the rain on the plain." And she says, "Where is that blasted rain?" And I said, "On the drainage plane." The next day I presented to the Boston Society of Architects, and drainage plane is now in the Canadian American codes. Alcohol is important in building science. I was involved in a $100 million litigation in a country that's not the United States or Canada. And I was brought in as the international expert, and the other side hired the most famous litigator. He had a doctorate in law from Oxford, England. He was brought in just to beat the crap out of me. And they didn't do their homework. They didn't research me. Typical expert doesn't, whatever. And so, which was their mistake. So the guy wasn't prepared for me, but he thought he was. And so he asks, are you familiar with the term drainage plane? And I said, yes, I coined the phrase. He should have shut up. He says, you coined the phrase? An experienced guy should have said nothing. And I said, yes, alcohol and a musical were involved. And the judge magistrate puts his glasses down and says, Dr. Lstiburek, you've done this a long time. Please explain to me how alcohol and a musical were involved. I told him the story and he burst out laughing. They settled the case the next day. See, when the judge magistrate laughs with you and not against you, you win. So you need to drain the rain on the Blaine, baby, and it's all about controlling hydrostatic pressure. This does not control hydrostatic pressure, does it? No. We don't call it hydrostatic pressure, we call it hydrostatic head. There are jokes here, the bigger the head, never mind. Wind blowing against a wall creates loads. And, when you've got wind loads, the wind pressure of basically a 45 mile per hour wind, 250 is 45 miles, 250 pascals is a 45 mile per hour wind, and 250 pascals is 1 inch of water. So in other words, I can have the effect of a 45 mile per hour wind in the absence of wind if I'm not draining the water. In other words, the wind is not as important as not draining the water. So in other words, the hydrostatic head dominates water leakage even in windy places if you don't drain the water. If you drain the water, you win. You can have shitload of holes, because if you've got holes but you don't have pressure, it don't leak. I had a lot of fun. We demonstrated this with the U.S. Department of Energy Building America program. I got a lot of money in a bunch of years, and I built 7 test huts in 7 different climate locations. One of them was in Vancouver, Canada. The people in the Department of Energy didn't know that Vancouver was not part of the United States. We had 28 test panels, and the idea was we ran them for 4 years, and we would run them under no load. Then we'd do an artificial load, then change the artificial load, and then change the artificial load and see the reaction. And the only way to do this was we'd take the wall apart every 4 months and have a look. Well, why didn't you instrument it? Well, we didn't know what to instrument until we knew what to instrument. So it's kind of weird. So you design an experiment at the beginning, and you're guessing at what you should be measuring, but you have no freaking idea what you should be measuring until you know what you're measuring. And you don't know what you're measuring until you take the wall apart. And I had a lot of fun with, the folks at the Department of Energy and say, don't tell us that. Okay, but take the wall apart. And I said, well, you got to be with us. And so, I said, I modeled it on the old Greek test hut, but those panels have all since rotted away, and the Greeks have not got the Germans to rebuild it for them. So, 7 of them in 7 different climate zones, and we would take them apart every couple of months and have a look. Well, how'd you figure out how the gaps should be? Well, we varied the gaps all over the place until it no longer worked. So you push it to failure and then step back with a safety factor, right? Look how long ago it was. Look at the data processing, Holy shit, we had vacuum tubes. Okay, this is a long time ago, all right? Whoa, how can you tell it was wet? Well, we took it apart and it was wet. Well, you take it apart all the time. Well, yeah, so we knew how it was wet, where it was getting wet, how long was it wet for. Once we knew that, then we knew what to measure. See, we didn't know what to measure until we knew what to measure. But then why did you measure if you already knew? Because then we had to write a report to justify the fact that we knew what we were doing. I'm letting you in on the secrets here, okay? Yeah. What's this? Well, this was an artificial wetting thing. I would then take a wall that wasn't wet and deliberately add water and see what happened. Whoa! So you deliberately made things wet after you watched them get wet. Yeah. Well, why? I wanted to drive things to failure. I point out that failure has made me the man I am today. And that led to the development of all these products. So this is a drainage material, and they said, well, we did a lot of work, and the optimal spacing was, 3/8 of an inch. They didn't do any testing at all. This is what came out of the machine. See, a lot of these manufacturers say we did a lot of testing. The answer is no, that's just what the machine happened to make. Now, I don't get mad at them. I just simply say that, be a little honest about this, because, look at Professor Straub's, doctoral work, 32nd of an inch, 3/8 of an inch I don't have a problem with, but that's because that came out of your machine. So this is out of a place in Massachusetts. There's a place in Cleveland where the optimal spacing was 1/4 of an inch, because that's what came out of their machine. Do you understand how this stuff works? So wood shingles on Cape Cod, how many holes do I have in that Tyvek? Every shingle's got 2 goddamn nails. I got thousands of holes, right? But it doesn't leak because I don't have what? Hydrostatic pressure. Whoa. So you can have a building with holes as long as you don't have water being pushed through the hole because of a pressure difference. Duh. Well, Joe, you said that the optimal spacing was 3/8 of an inch. You wrote that up, and I said, well, you have to understand, that was the thinnest piece of foam I could get at the time. So it was just, that was what was available. And somebody said, well, you can use a bumpy nail. Okay. So what I'm getting at is a lot of the research results occurred not just for me, but other people, because that was what was available at the time. It wasn't products deliberately designed to function until we knew what was going on, and then they deliberately designed the products, right? Okay. So, this is the original DuPont Tyvek wrap, and it was called stucco wrap. It was never meant to be in direct contact with stucco. It was meant to be the drainage behind a layer of expanded polystyrene with stucco on the outside of it. So the original stucco wrap was developed for a USG product. So USG was in the EIFS business. They would sell their stucco over a mesh, over foam, and they needed drainage. And that's what DuPont came up with. Well, USG got out of the stucco business, and DuPont Tyvek was left with a product called stucco wrap. And they were selling it with regular stucco, which was a problem because when you put stucco directly over the drainage mat, what does the stucco fill up? The drainage grooves. So I got into trouble by saying the only product DuPont Tyvek stucco wrap doesn't work with is stucco. But if you put tar paper over the stucco wrap, the tar paper acted as a bond break to allow the stucco wrap to drain. You could also do it with grooves. This is a 60s technology. It's groovy. And we called it the rain screen. Straub's doctoral dissertation basically took washers of various thicknesses and provided drainage and measurement and weighed things and whatever. So the rain screen came out of his doctoral work. Awesome stuff. I invented the beer screen, where I used basically, this is called humor. All right. So drain the rain on the plane if you want to save cash, flash. Flashings are not complicated. down and out, and here's how you integrate them. And so what is the single most common failure? Reverse lapping of the flashing, reverse lapping of the building paper. I mean, I'm flabbergasted. I don't understand. This shouldn't be happening. So in commercial construction, we compensate for the reverse lapping by gluing the shit out of them. That's a technical metric term. In high wind areas, like on the top of a building, we actually have to attach the flashing with a pressure bar so that the wind doesn't blow the flashing off, right? You're kidding, the loads are that high? On top of a 10-story, 20-story building, oh my God, hurricane force loads. So, it's real easy because buildings are made perfect squares, and you cover them just like this, and the insulation and the cladding, right? You're never going to get a building that looks like this, right? This is called humor. The red circles are called attorneys' targeting diagrams, because that's where you have three-dimensional integration of the water, air, and vapor control layers, right? And do you have any idea how difficult it is to draw these up on a set of drawings? And by the way, they have to be three-dimensional details sequenced. This adds a month or more to the delivery of your drawings. And architecture is not a business, right? So the whole idea is you want to push the drawings out the door as quickly as possible. So the architect will select a section that misses every one of those circles. And then you're on a job site saying, well, shit, what do we do here? I don't know, just caulk it. It's called the caulk and walk strategy. And if you're going to actually have the details drawn, who draws it? The most senior and experienced architect in the firm? No, it's the intern, right? Because architecture is not a business. Why are we going to have the intern that we don't have to pay very much for do all of this shit? And so I get it and I'm on the job site, and I look at it and I say, no, what we're going to do is we're going to do something called a mock-up. We got 200 windows to go in. Let's do the first one together. Huh? And then what are we going to do? We're going to spray water on it. Well, we don't have time for an ASTM 1105 test. Just get me a goddamn hose. Wow. Well, okay. Do you have any idea how complicated this would be to draw up? But it's been beautifully put together. I said, okay, the 19 other decks, I want just like this. And what should we do? Well, have the youngster take pictures of them and email them to me. Because it's cheaper for you to have the youngster take a picture and send them to me than to pay my fee to come down and tell you, yeah, okay. I mean, I'll still say, yeah, okay, but it's a lot less expensive for me at my hourly rate than at my daily rate. I don't care what technology you use, right? I don't care. They all work. How do you know? Well, you build them and you spray water on them. I love the fluid applied because you don't have to worry about good, bad. It just, it just has to be thick enough. Well, how do you decide on the thickness? A thumb test. If I can leave my fingerprint, my thumbprint, it's usually thick enough. Well, that's not an ASTM test. No, it's a Joe test. Well, what if it doesn't work? Well, then you give them the other finger. Okay, I know. Well, okay, I want rigid stuff. Okay, we need to caulk the hell out of it. There's my mock-up. Oh, geez, it costs $5,000. That doesn't cover my retainer. Right? Then you walk the site, So where the hell did this come from? This wasn't in any of the drawings. Well, the owner and the chief architect were walking and they decided that the building needs to express itself more. What, screw you, I want a leak? And so, okay, well, we caught it. And so what we're gonna do is, we have to do the waterproofing, and that was pretty easy. We just used a fluid applied. And then I said, I wanted you to fluid apply everything. How come you didn't fluid apply the bracket up above? We thought just the stuff below. I said everything. Everything means that and this. See, that's why you trust everybody, but you verify. Remember? Trust but verify, wasn't that the Reagan Star Wars thing? Or trust but verify? I believe you, I love you, but I'm going to take a picture or have somebody take a picture. I'm going to have somebody that you don't like take a picture for me. Huh? Whoa, where'd you learn this? Well, see that old guy, the retainer, the lawyer you hired? I learned from the guy that taught him. Whoa. Okay, why do I show this picture? This is the only building and the only part of the Boston Big Dig that doesn't leak. There are no freaking windows in it, and this is the building that holds all of the pumps that pump out all of the leaking water from the underground tunnels. You're not getting the humor. Boston Big Dig has leaked from day one, and it was fundamentally defective as a design. I knew this when I first moved. I was smart enough to keep my mouth shut, but I would take pictures. And here's the deal. Who knows more about tunnels than any place alive? The Swiss. Why? They've been living in a place with mountains and they've been digging tunnels for a long freaking time. And so you have the structural tunnel, then you have an inner tunnel inside the outer tunnel. So you have a tunnel inside of a tunnel. The outer tunnel is the structure, and it's going to leak. They all freaking leak. Then you have a gap, and the inner tunnel handles the leakage. So you know all of the successful tunnels on the planet have two tunnels, one inside the other, 2 layers, right? Everybody with me on this? Well, why doesn't the Big Dig in Boston do it? Why didn't they do it? Because it would have given up 1 lane of traffic, because it made everything whatever, and that would have screwed up their financing. So they said, well, you know what we'll do is we'll just fix the leakage after the fact. And they've been doing it now for 20 years. It would have been cheaper to, yeah, I know. And I got into trouble for pointing that out. What do you know? Well, I don't know tunnels, I just know buildings, but I've skied in Switzerland. Okay, all right, no credibility. And it was beautifully done, the perfect wall. Air control, water control, vapor control. You see the blue insulation on the outside of it, and then the ventilated and drained cladding. So the pump building was perfect, but the tunnels, not so perfect. Okay, I'm not going to tell you initially whose building this is, because you'll be surprised with all of my comments. But this is, I didn't have anything to do with this. I just moved to Boston, and I'm looking at this and I'm saying, my God, this is awesome. I'm never going to get any work done because this is perfect. Look at this. Look at the water control into the opening. You got the rigid insulation on the outside of it. I'm saying, shit, this is awesome. This is the Harvard School of Public Health. This is the only building I saw in 20 years that was done right. And I found the architect, hugged and shook his hand, and I had his youngsters taking my class, and I said, we thought you were gonna really rip us off and be mad at us, and you're saying, no, it was awesome. The people inside the Harvard School of Health I have problems with, but the building was mwah. This is done now with mastic, not a fully adhered membrane, and the only thing you got to make sure is that the mastic doesn't eat the foam, right? So you choose a mastic that doesn't eat the foam, and the trowel upon, this is This is pretty neat. All right, I got dense glass gold. It's furry. It's hard to attach something to something that's furry. You have to actually prime the surface, right? So you can't attach a flashing to something that's furry unless you put goopy between the flashing and the furs. It's like an Eastern European like me at lunch. I have to shave after, because I get furry every couple of hours. So what's happening here is they're adding the primer to allow the flashing details to stick, right? If you don't have the primer, it doesn't stick. Well, how did they know? Because they've been in projects that didn't stick. They figured it out. Well, how come they reverse lap this and then they fix it in caulking? Well, okay, because sometimes people don't arrive when you think they're going to arrive. Sometimes you have to start, normally you would want to start at the bottom of the building and move up, but sometimes you have to start at the upper part of the building over there and move down. And because that's not, people don't show up, things don't get done. And so you go out of your way to try to make sure you don't have reverse laps, but you be prepared that they're going to be reverse laps, so you put in a mechanism to address the reverse laps. You minimize them, but make sure that you catch them when they happen, because not everything is easy in the real world of construction, and all of you already know that. This is not one of our projects, but I love it. You've got steel studs, dense glass gold, the fully adhered membrane, the extruded polystyrene, the brick. Woo! Okay, you're not excited. You should be excited about this. This is as good as it gets. This is my version of the Rainbow Coalition. Your water control, air control, vapor control, and the pink is the thermal control. I wanted to have at least an OC, rigid insulation, so I'm not just picking on Dow and the other. Okay, the color doesn't matter here, okay? This is Rockwool. This is in Philadelphia. Whoa, awesome. Whoa, nicely done. This is in Boston, and they're using a spray applied. The only issue with the spray applied is on a windy day, don't park downwind of the spray operation. As a thing, yeah, I know. Well, why don't you just do the joints? Well, you could if you didn't have a reservoir cladding, right? Because the dense glass gold is very vapor open, but it doesn't leak except at the joints, so you seal the joints. Well, if you have a brick veneer, you got a problem. But if you have metal panels, you don't have a problem, right? Right. Of course, they had brick, so coat the whole damn thing. There's the pink insulation. There's the brick. Yeah, woo! Yeah. You could just do the joints. Yeah, but we won't get the warranty unless you do the whole thing. Well, why did they say that? Because they don't know what the cladding is going to be. Well, gee, if I've got extruded polystyrene over this, I just needed to do the joints. That's right. But they didn't know whether you'd have extruded polystyrene over it, right? Right. Okay. Yeah. Reservoir cladding, inward vapor drive, the extruded polystyrene stops it. But if I had rock wool or mineral wool, it'd blow through that, and I'd have to have the coating on the dense glass gold to stop it, right? All right, this is the most common residential condo multifamily approach that's going on in the United States right now. It's called podium construction. The first floor is concrete, and it's commercial retail space. So you've got a concrete slab, usually parking garage underneath it. You got concrete columns and another concrete pad. And then on top of that, you have 3 or 4 stories of wood frame around a courtyard. And the courtyard has every water hazard known to man. So you have a swimming pool, gardens, You got your, walking deck for your animals that are pooping and shitting, and so guess what the most critical thing is making sure that the waterproofing on that courtyard deck actually drains to drain. So you usually have to cast 2 slabs. One is the structural slab, then you add another slab that slopes to drains, right? Then you add your waterproofing. Don't be a dope slope. Don't be a dope slope. And then you put your planters on the top of that. A lot of times they put in the planter frame, concrete, and then they waterproof to it, but they don't waterproof the planter that's filled with dirt that you add water to, right? Yeah. Well, this is Tyvek, and it's not a complicated wall, which means that you don't have innies and outies. It's pretty easy to get the Tyvek to work. Plus, you get to draw the details right on it. Okay, these guys are happy. You're going to make fun of us. And I says, well, yeah, it'll be a miracle of science if I don't make fun of you. So there was the detail. Okay, let's make sure the other 22 are like this. This is a system that isn't a system. This is National Gypsum and Carlisle. They weren't talking to one another, but we created their system. We got the Carlisle stuff to stick to the National Gypsum stuff. And then we said, look, I'm running a dating service. You two folks ought to get together. You now have a system. This is Huber Zip. Do you have any idea how complicated it was to get tape to stick? The function of the green coating wasn't so much waterproofing as to change the surface characteristics to get a tape to stick to it. Because regular OSB has got a coating on it that doesn't leak anyway, but you can't get shit to stick to it, right? So you're telling me that they developed a product to allow tape to stick to it. Then they had to get the best tape manufacturer on the planet, 3M, Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing, to create a tape that would stick. And then their latest innovation is they created a tape that sticks that's also vapor permeable. Why is that? If the water gets into the joints, it allows the joints to dry to the outside. Do you have any idea how magnificent all of that is? It's like, now it's 25 years of work, but wow. You have any idea how complicated it is to get a vapor permeable tape to stick to stuff? Whoa. Okay, you're not excited about this. I'm just telling you how to be freaking excited about this. How do you know it worked? Well, I tested it in my backyard. I wanted to protect my Porsche. There's no way this is going to leak because I need to protect that sucker. This was one of my first projects in Ontario, Canada, in 1982, 1983. There wasn't a system yet, so I created one. The engineering firm I was with I actually had to work for a living at that time, was Tro. And I came up with fiberglass mesh tape with basically mastic, and we created our first air and water vapor control layer, and then drainage space, and cladding. Goes back a long time. Okay, this is a system I'm going to show you that's going to freak you out, because you've probably never seen it here. This is in Canada. This is across the street from the engineering building at the University of Toronto. I had nothing to do with this. I was just taking the students from my class, and we would watch them. And they sprayed 2-pound density spray polyurethane foam over everything. So in other words, you have steel studs, gypsum board, and then you use the 2-pound density spray foam to act as the water control, air control, vapor control, and thermal control. So it's the only product that can do all four. Gee, Joe, you were very clever. No, I stole it from the French Canadians. Montreal, the Quebecois, have been doing this for a long time. And I went to Montreal to watch my Leafs lose to the Montreal Canadiens, and I walked the construction sites and I said, wow, this is awesome. So, yeah. You're kidding. They just spray the hell out of it with 2-pound density foam. It's become one of the most common approaches in Quebec and in Ontario. Because it's just one trade, right?
Are there issues with that shrinking or expanding to the point of failure, or have they gotten a pretty good handle on that spray application?
Yeah, it's called control joints.
Say again?
Control joints, not the ones you smoke. Those are lack of control joints we're talking about. Yeah. Then you have systems that it needs to connect to, and so this is a classic curtain wall. So the curtain wall membrane wraps around the corner, and then you spray foam over it. And so you'd be surprised at what happens in that third world country to the north of us. This is a retrofit. This is the John P. Robarts Library at the University of Toronto. It was originally done in 1967, and they had no insulation in it. And so it was a nightmare because you want to humidify a library with old books, right, in a cold place. And so the retrofit was to spray 2-pound density foam over the outside of it and then hang another layer of precast. So the retrofit was precast over the precast, but spray foam was put, closed cell, 2-pound density was put on this to handle the water, air, vapor, and thermal. This is, believe it or not, in Boston, where again it was steel studs, gypsum board, 2-pound density foam, and brick veneer. So it found its way across the border. All right, any questions before I get into another level of complexity? Okay, so we call this a cup in a rain, because I have a cup that I'm holding horizontally, and rainwater droplets never fall straight down. Every now and then a droplet will fall into the cup, and if the cup is sloped, the water drains out of the cup. Everybody see what's happening? All right. Well, if it's windy, wind will blow into the cup, and the cup will fill up with wind. If the cup is already filled up with wind, more wind can't enter because the cup is already filled with wind. I'll repeat this in case you're a Harvard grad. If the wind blows into the cup, it fills up the cup, and no more wind can blow into the cup because the cup is filled with wind. The pressure is taken by the back of the cup. So wind-driven rain will not enter the cup because it's already filled with wind. Wind-driven rain won't enter the cup because the cup is filled with wind. If I put a baffle over the cup and leave it open at the bottom, if I make the opening at the bottom big enough, the cup will still pressurize. There will be no pressure difference, however, across the outside baffle. So I have rainwater on the baffle, but the pressure on the front of the baffle is the same as the pressure on the back of the baffle. So the water doesn't enter. This is called a pressurized rain screen. This is the whole physics behind traditional glass systems, where you basically have a double glazing inside basically your frame. And you think of the frame as a giant gutter, right? And the gutter has got an outer seal and an inner seal. And it's real important that the joint that seals the two pieces of glass to one another stay dry forever. So you set it up on a setting block. And you're putting it in a downspout, right? Like a gutter. It's kind of stupid. So why would you put something that you want to be dry in a freaking gutter? Well, you lift it off the bottom on setting blocks. And setting blocks are smaller than the sides of the gutter. And you've got an outer seal and an inner seal. When the seals leak, the water runs past them, and then we drain it back to the outside. But here's where it gets interesting. That hole at the bottom has to be large enough to cause that unit to pressurize. When that unit pressurizes, the outer seal has no pressure difference. The inner seal takes all of the pressure. Now, the two seals, the inner seal and the outer seal, which one goes to shit first? The outer seal, because it's outside. The inner seal lasts longer than the outer seal because it's on the inside. Whoa. But we don't give a shit about the outer seal because it can go to shit, but it doesn't see the pressure. And if it leaks, we drain it back to the outside. This is called a two-stage joint. Can I tell you what I used to do in Chicago? They didn't get it. So I'd stop windows that were leaking by drilling holes in the frames on the outside to create a two-stage joint. This guy is weird. You know, he grew up in Canada and he's stopping leaks by drilling holes in the wall. Oh! Yeah. So a modern window, curtain walls, have lots of holes in them. It's real important to have lots of holes in them on the outside to get pressure equalization across the outer seal. Because the outer seal is going to be damaged due to ultraviolet light heat, right? Yes, Joe, that's how it works.
This goes wrong if you have somebody with a cough gun coughing too much.
Well, we don't care about caulking.
Well, they cough the weepholes.
Well, yeah, you gotta, those people you need to hunt down and get out of the gene pool. Yeah.
I was just picturing that with the bricks.
Yeah.
The wall's the same thing, you know,
So we've got these spectacular windows, and the problem is we screw it up when we put the window in the window opening. So what we need is a two-stage joint in the window opening. So you put this flanged window in the window opening, and you want a four-sided air seal on the inside, then you want only three-sided air seal on the outside, because you want the water that gets in to drain out the bottom. Does that understand what we're doing there? So there's the classic way of doing it. So you've got your formable flashing and you've got a four-sided air seal on the inside. The four-sided air seal is a really, 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 really big deal. And I don't give a shit about energy. I'm caring about rainwater, okay? I like the fluid applied stuff because you don't have to do origami, right? I don't care what color it is. Color don't matter. But when I put Tyvek or Typar over the whatever, what ends up happening is that I'm always going to get a couple of percentage points of water to pass through the Tyvek and Typar, tar paper. It's going to be leaking between the OSB and the back of the water control layer, right? Yes, Joe. You don't care if that water is kicked to the outside. If you wrap the Tyvek in at the head, you're going to drain it in and you're doomed. That's why you have a flap at the front and you lift the flap up and you tape the flange so when the water's running down, it gets kicked to the outside, right? Right. You lift the flap, tape the flange to the sheathing, the jambs, you caulk the shit out of the back of the flange and screw the hell out of it, and then tape it. You try to create basically a compressed gasket. So here's how you're supposed to do a window. You put in a sloping sill. Ask me how often I win that one. Just take a piece of siding, for Christ's sakes, and cut it. Yeah, I know. You put the Tyvek or Typar up and you cut it in the shape of an upside down martini glass. Alcohol is very important in building physics. And you fold the bottom and the sides in and the head up. Then you put in your flashing at the bottom. And you put a bead of caulking on the jambs in the head, but not at the bottom. And you tape the jamb, tape the head, fold it down. You only tape the corners, but you don't tape the head. Because why? You want the water that's running behind it to drain out. Are we done yet? Hell no. Now we want the four-sided air seal on the inside. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the way to install a window. How successful am I at this? Now, very successful. Why? The best technology transfer mechanism has been the legal profession. So the production home builders are getting very good at this because they get sued. And this is a way to prevent them from getting what? Sued. Duh. I know, hard to believe. I don't care what the sealant is on the inside as long as it doesn't smell badly. Oh, okay. Well, what if can I do it with just rigid insulation? Like, can I turn the Dow styrofoam or the Owens Corning pink board into the water controller? And the answer is, well, yeah. But you still need the sloping opening. You still need the flashing. You put things in, but I don't need the sealant anymore because I don't have water leaking between the outer skin of the pink of the blue board and the core of the pink board, right? I don't have a gap there. So I tape it, then I tape it, but wait for it. I tape the tape. Let me explain. The butyl tape handles the thermal movement, but it will peel off at the head. So I tape it with thin tape, acrylic tape. So I use a layer of acrylic tape to handle the peeling of the butyl tape, which handles the thermal movement. Are you kidding me? I said, no. How do you know this? Because it didn't work when we just had one. Then what? Then the four-sided air seal. Whoa! Then what? Well, you don't get the dough unless you do the show, and the show is an 1105 test, right? You put up a spray rack and you create a pressure differential and you spray water at it and you see where the water goes. Wow. This is a more sophisticated test than a Hoser test. What do I do in the real world? I have all of the youngsters spray every window, every one. And then we do the test for the show on the one that the other consultants pick. But we already know they're all working because what have we done? We've tested it with a quick and dirty, right? Right. Okay, this concept of two-stage joints comes to us from the 1950s with precast panels, where we'd have an inner seal and the outer seal, and we would weep the space between the inner and the outer seal. This is a precast, 1950. Do you want to know how we would put it together? All of the caulking has to be done from the outside, because on the inside we have those giant heavy plates that we basically weld to the structure. So you can't have a continuous seal on the inside because of the plates. So you shove the sealant backer rod in with something called a stick from the outside. And then you seal the inner sealant backer rod from the outside with a caulking gun with a nozzle extension, which is basically a copper pipe. So the joint geometry is based on the size of the nozzle extension on the caulking gun. I don't make this up. Then you put in the outer sealant backer rod and the outer sealant in the weep hole. Woo! Okay, you're not excited about this. This is awesome. 1950s. We're finally doing it. 1950s. Sometimes you can just get away with a baffle. Every now and then you have the outer seal go to the inner seal to drain the space. Whoa! So this is a 1962, 1963 black and white that I colorized. Again, I'm the Ted Turner of building science figures. I colorize old things. This is a projects that I used to do in Mississauga, Ontario, where they're all prefabricated panels, and they're all prefabricated panels with two-stage joints. So the rest of the world has figured out panelization on the outside with two-stage joints. We haven't yet accepted that here. We're having to because a single seal is not working, but a two-stage joint is working. Coming your way, all right? Oops. Open joints versus closed joints, limits of pressure equalization. The wind is never constant on your wall. It's right? It's not whoosh, it's so it's doing this. You want the pressure in your cavity to follow the pressure outside. Now, air is compressible. So a two-stage joint will only pressure equalize in a small volume. So you can't pressure equalize the entire wall. You can only pressure equalize the joint. There's a lot of companies that are lying to you about this. Because what happens if the volume is too big, you get a phase shift, and you get the negative pressure when you want the positive pressure, and you get the positive pressure when you want the negative pressure. So I've crossed to the dark side and given up, so I just want drainage. Drain the rain. Just drain the rain. Drain the rain. Drain the rain. So the architects love me because I'm saying, well, look, you know, you got lots of gaps in the siding. You know, have that water control layer with a small gap that provides drainage, and I'm a happy person. And I'm a really thrilled person if you have your water control layer and rigid insulation and the gap in this, and woohoo, I'll hug you and take you to dinner and buy you lunch and say nice things about you to your client. And believe it or not, it's time for lunch. How long is our break, young man?
You know what, we'll take an hour today, or?
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I've got no friends, no place to go.
So listen, we're going to take an hour. Whoa, listen to that. Little me goes a long way, doesn't it? Sorry about that. Hey, we're going to take an hour, but when you come back, I want to start off the session if we can, the next session. Do we have time to fit in a little Q&A instead of at the end of the day? Do we have time to do that, Joe? So listen, while you're at lunch, think about this, things you've encountered, things that you've run into, things that you didn't understand, how you could maybe address them, things that left you scratching your head, things that make you go, okay? For anybody who's old enough to remember that. So go eat lunch, have a good time. We'll see you when you get back. Stay dry, drive safe, and we'll be looking for those postcards and letters when you guys come back, okay? Thanks. Hey, and come back. Don't forget to come back, you know. Just when you thought it was safe. So I ended up getting like 3 of these forms back. So if anybody still has their form from yesterday and they had a chance to fill any of it out, that's great. If you didn't, if you could do it today, you can drop them right up here by where the remaining bottles of water are. If you want to grab one, there's still a couple. Every bottle that you grab is one less that I have to carry all the way out to my car at the end. So totally up to you guys. If you want to be part of the solution, that's great. If you choose not to, I'm okay with that too. You're a fine American, sir. Thank you. So I think we're going to get ready to fire up again. And I think we were going to start off with a little question and answer. And I think I'm going to be honest with you guys on this. If you don't ask me questions, I'll walk around and ask you guys questions. So, you know, I mean, it's whatever's easier for you, you know. And if you could also, I don't want to put anybody on the spot in particular, but I did want to mention that today is Amanda's birthday. So if you guys would give her a round of applause. She's a good friend of mine from years back. I've known her for quite a while. So, the group came in from Dover base housing area, and they actually do a great service for the folks out there, and we've worked with them before. So I'm glad that they came out today, and out of the 11 people that are still here, that's about 30% of our group today. So maybe some other people will straggle in, but anybody who wants to lead off with some questions? I think it's a small enough group. We don't need all the mics and stuff, do we? I mean, are we okay with that? Yeah. So, and by the way, the forms, if anybody needs a form, come on up and grab one, you know. I appreciate the input because I want to do this again and again and again, and the more input I have, the more we can do. So, thank you. Floor is yours.
The only question I have is Delaware seems to be adopting a lot of codes. And I know when we build schools, I mean, there's schools going up that are well over $100 million. And they're submitted to facilities management, they're submitted to DOE. But I don't know that anybody's looking at the prints. I know that, like, you know, recently I built a school and the details for the exterior walls were on one print because you keep it simple. I know there's a school going up right now that the exterior walls are on 26 prints. And I just think that that's something when these things are sent off to review, people ought to be looking at it and saying no, because A, it's eating up all the funding, so there isn't any funding to fill the old schools, but you know, we're being asked to meet current ASHRAE codes, but yet our building stock is 70 years old.
Well, not to answer a question with a question, but I'm really good at that. So let me ask you this. Who do you think should be looking at these in particular, these plans in addition to the district who's building these, you know, either retrofitting or building the new structures or whatnot? In addition to your district, who should be?
We're required to submit them to facilities management and to DOE.
Now, when you say facilities, is that OMB?
Yes.
Okay, and who does it go to there? Because I don't know.
Karen Sweeney and who's the other gentleman? But basically, the prints come back, and I don't mean to speak out of turn, but they come back and they correct spelling errors.
Okay. So is this through their engineer probably? It used
Correct.
to be Mark DeBoer there.
No, he's at Delta.
Gotcha.
But
Can I,
please.
all right, so we came up with a name way back when. We called it building commissioning. And, you know, large commercial builders always have a third party that reviews the drawings and specifications for the building enclosure and the mechanical systems. And so it's not the architect, not the engineer, but an outside person that does this review. I mean, it's common. So it's called building commissioning. And there are many firms that are really, really good at this. And so what you normally do is you take the architectural drawings and the engineering drawings and you send them to this third party. It's usually the person that hires them is either the owner or the architect. A lot of the errors and omission insurance people that provide errors and omission insurance for the architect require a building enclosure consultant to review the details. I'm surprised that you're not doing that. So it's called building commissioning. And
We actually do hire building
oh,
commissioners.
well, so you're doing it.
We're not commissioning, I guess what I'm expressing is frustration that, new codes are being applied, that we have no possibility of meeting. And to my left and right, I see new buildings going up that are being built to pipe, unable to dehumidify, but crazy finishes that cost the taxpayers money.
Well, don't you require the architect of record and the engineer of record to meet your requirements? And to me, I'd say, okay, you want to do the design, this is what you have to meet. And I mean, if they don't meet it, the review will catch it. That's the way now, that's different than deciding whether or not you agree with what you want to do. That's a whole different argument. Anyway.
That's great input. I mean, because that goes way outside of what I would ever have or any kind of a role in. But this is one of the reasons I'm asking if I can be included in these SPI meetings with you guys, so that I can understand better. And is OMB attending any of these?
No.
So I would say, do you want OMB to attend some of these? I mean, if they're approving some of your documents, it's kind of, I hate saying it this way, you can't have it on one hand but not the other. I mean, you kind of need to open it to them if you want them to reciprocate, but you need to have, if they're going to approve the final documents, then you need to have the mechanism to be able to provide the input.
Yeah, and I also think people just need to leave their cubicles in their offices and come out and see it.
Right.
See what we're struggling against, see what holds up in schools, what breaks. Sheetrock just does not work in schools, particularly with the bigger kids. There's certain things that work. I mean, you got to go out there and see how to build it. That way, when the prints come in, you know what you're looking at. Your review has value.
And what John's talking about, one of the things is a lot of the codes, as you talked about, all have, first of all, a political drive to them. And then the experts, quote unquote, are really people who have a political bias. They're leading these decisions. Like, for instance, the Senate Bill 270 that we talked about, I think yesterday a little bit, has the indoor air quality piece to it. That was developed by the teachers unions. What would be really helpful for everybody is if the politicians, before they made laws, would have a consult with someone like Joseph, who actually knows what they're doing and the implications of what their laws are making, or at least talk to some of us who have been doing this for 20-some years, before they put just politically motivated regulations on everybody.
Well, another possibility is when you offer and write up the RFP, a request for proposal from an architectural firm, you tell them as part of the RFP, you have to visit the following 20 places and determine the strengths and weaknesses. Notice that they actually, as part of their design, they look at everything that's in place. And so for them to get the contract, they actually have to do the background work. That's the way I've seen it done in other places.
would it surprise you guys, and I say you guys because we're specifically talking schools here on this issue, would it surprise you that with the public health requirements to be met within that bill, I read about it as a completed document as opposed to providing input as well, right? I mean, would you be surprised to hear that? So I absolutely hear everything you're saying. That's why, and I keep pointing at George because George and I have probably spoken more than any other district head, throughout the state. And we were before 270 became a thing, before anybody could even spell 270. Okay, and we spoke a lot, and he invited me out to the schools, and we looked at some of the things going on, and we talked about some of the problems. I've been in a fair amount of those schools. I've been in all the districts at some point or another, but I've probably been in Christina's schools a lot more because I've been invited. Okay, and it's not anything other than that's how it occurred. Had previous relationships with other folks there as well, so, and I have in all the districts. I just can't remember the names anymore because that part of my memory just doesn't do that anymore.
But what would ever be the chance of hiring Joseph as a consultant before these things are decided? I mean, really,
Well,
we've talked about it, for 2 days now, all these things that make so much sense as he presents them, and I see all the decisions that John was talking about that are completely opposed to everything we talked about.
I agree that they should have done something like that early on, whether it would have been either somebody, as competent as Joe or somebody.
But what about doing it now? I mean, what's the chances of,
That I can't answer you because that happens, that's a whole different family tree than mine, I just get the stuff that falls off the ground and rots on my yard,
Well,
I mean,
one that's coming is they're going to want to push us to go to no combustion in the school, so no boilers. They're going to want us to go to all heat pumps and electric buildings. And we know with the propanes and everything else that are being used for refrigerants and the life of the equipment. I mean, I've got boilers that are from the mid-1950s that are chugging away just perfectly. But we put these heat pumps in.
I have an iron plate from an HP Smith twin turbo I oversaw demolition of that hangs, it's still hanging in my garage from that project because I was just in awe of that system. It was such a great old system, so I mean, I hear what you're saying. I genuinely think a good first step. I don't think I can fix any of these things specifically. Bring me into a meeting, let me at least hear what's going on. Maybe I can, at that point, help get the right people in there. I don't want to invite people without talking to you guys. That's your house, but I just want to develop that level of understanding of what's going on. Then you guys can decide whether or not you like or trust me. I'd rather you like me, but if you don't, I at least hope you trust me, and see what's going on. And if you need somebody involved there who can make that type of decision or recommendation or requirements, in particular leading toward like RFPs for these projects where you are involving a third-party firm for commissioning as a standard instead of a pretty good idea, that would be a pretty functional step, I think. Yeah, it's going to add some cost to it, but you know what? Good stuff ain't cheap, and cheap stuff, it ain't usually good. So, I mean, that's what I think anyway. And the other one is, and I just throw them in because my grandfather said them both to me, and that was, knowledge is what you get when you read the fine print, but experience is what you get when you don't, and I think we've got a lot of experience in dealing with these last couple of years in particular. So that's just my thoughts. Doesn't represent the division, department, state, anyway, just from the book of stem from maintenance-related issues, lack of upkeep, maintenance, repair, probably some as-built kind of things. But you know, it's like, I get calls periodically on 100, 120, 30, 40-year-old homes, and they say, this home stood all these years without any problems. Now I have rotted floors, and I have damage inside and getting mold. Why? You know, and I said, okay, chances are they didn't have air conditioners in there 120 years ago, and they weren't trying to cool that place with, they had the spring house underneath, or springs, you know, what would they call it, the basement? Well, same concept. They actually had a spring or a well or you know, or something down there for cooling food. The undersides of the floors were really cold, so then they put linoleum or sheet vinyl on it. And so now you have vapor barrier, like with the vinyl wallpaper on the walls, and it's trapping a lot of moisture on that cold surface, because now they're running air conditioning up there, or heating, and it's cold downstairs, you know. So I mean, these problems exist because we fixed the buildings to modernize them, but we didn't take into consideration the intention of the bill. I'm not an engineer, and I never stayed at Holiday Inn Express, so I probably get some of this wrong. I'm sure I'll get a stern speaking to later. But,
How much success have you had talking about the proper use of energy, rather just the conversation about reducing energy consumption? Because you talked about that quite a bit over the last 2 days, and I really like that. I'm just not sure your success in communicating it so far.
Right. I end up getting called in late. I don't get called in at the beginning, or rarely at the beginning. So I'm always, I'm gonna use a bad term, I spend most of my time polishing a turd, all right? Simply because a lot of the decisions have been made and cannot be unmade. It would be nice to get in at the very beginning, but so my experience is not coming in at the beginning. My experience is coming in late and saying, we should have done this at the beginning. There are people that are really good at the beginning. I'm not looking for work. I'm trying to retire. Okay, I'm done with this. Right? I mean, I'm not done with speaking. I like this, but there are some insanely competent people, firms, that do this kind of stuff at the front end, and you're not taking advantage of them. I'm you know, the idea is you want to spend a little bit of money at the front end, but you never have to deal with somebody like me at the back end. And again, it's called, you know, building commissioning. And if you guys want a list of a bunch of names, I can give you a bunch of names. And I'm not on that list. All right,
you're a guy who knows guys.
I know people. And I mean, the way I do it is, what would I do if I was you, right? If I'm sitting in your chair, how do I stay out of trouble? And part of this is also negotiating with the folks that are making these arbitrary and capricious rules. And so, okay, you want to be net zero and follow this, and so do you realize the implications of this? And this is what it means. But a lot of people haven't connected those two dots. In other words, the people, and the people that are wanting you to do these things, they're not evil. They're just not necessarily informed of the implications. And it's like, there are, I forget what that movie was. They're not evil, they're stupid, but they're not stupid. Stupid means that they're incapable. They're just not informed of the implications. And so part of this is to say, all right, here's what you want to have accomplished. Nothing wrong with that, but you can't do it this way. You have to consider doing it this way because of these reasons. So you got two levels of this. One is at the very beginning, and the second is, all right, we're going to get a building built. We've got this list of things. Then you want somebody to review the process to keep the team out of trouble. So it's like
I mean, I genuinely believe that, and I think that's a good discussion, I really do. I wish I were in a decision-making position where I could do more in that capacity. You know I'm not, but you also know I'm not gonna tell you I'm gonna do something, and then I have no intention.
All right, so let me give you another little example that I've mentioned before, but okay. As a licensed professional engineer, I think I've said I designed the system to operate at 62.2, but I commission it at the building code, and if I had money, I'd actually measure contaminants and ventilate according to what I'm measuring. And so this makes everybody happy. So you're not arbitrarily and capriciously doing stupid stuff. You have the ability to do that kind of stuff when you decide that it's necessary. So you have a big system, you commission it at a smaller rate, and then you measure the effect. And we actually have the ability to measure those things and operate, but we're not doing it. But that's, you could be one of the first to do it that way. So it's not like, then everybody wins. Yeah, we have the, hash rate 62.2 or 62.1, yeah. But we're also measuring the contaminants, and we're doing this. And, what you're gonna find is that the rate will be less than half of what the non-thought process is. And you might be even, then from that experience, the next generation, you're gonna say the stuff that we're actually measuring came out of these things. Let's make sure we don't have these things in the next generation of buildings. That's not happening, but it could.
And to quote somebody who I hold in high esteem, woohoo, I'm excited about that. I think that's a good thing. Did I get that right?
Yes.
I think that's a good idea. I do. I wish I had been smart enough to come up with it, but
Well, actually, you were.
I will honor it.
You were. In fact, last night we were having that, at that bar.
Right,
and,
right.
You mentioned that, and I said
And
I'd repeat it.
She was out there with us because it was.
Yeah, it's
practice
right.
for
Yeah,
her.
the three of us. Yeah.
But no, but I mean, really, those are really good discussion points, and I really think that right now that's probably where we are. If you're going to let me in, I think if you're going to let somebody in who can speak more educatedly on something like that as well. So, is that steps in the right direction? Can I get like points for best wrong answer on that today? All right. Can I hit these guys too? I didn't forget you either. So, questions, problems, things you run into. You've got like a really great guy here who would probably be able to answer this stuff. Yes, sir. You, sir.
I have a couple questions for Dr. Joe. So how can I pronounce your last name?
Lstiburek. The L, the summit. Are you ready for?
First letter is L, right?
Yes, it's up. Are you ready for a bad grandfather joke?
The L is no sound.
Are you ready for a bad grandfather joke? You're supposed to say yes. Steve Brick is of Czech heritage from the Czech Republic, but I'm not from there anymore. I'm a canceled Czech. Let me hear the rest of it. And Jimi Hendrix and Eric Clapton. It's for the youngsters.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think I stole enough time then from you, and,
Oh, no, I like,
I
look,
like roundtable discussion, it's good.
well, see, I've heard me before. I haven't heard them. See, this is,
What do you guys want to do? You want to talk some more? You want him to go into the next session, or what would you like? What's helpful for you? Because this is about you.
Next session, maybe?
okay, next session.
Roger that.
Make us smart.
He's lying.
Okay, this is my favorite presentation on indoor air quality because it's put together in a way that the old timers taught me. I know I'm always referring to the old timers now that I'm an old timer. I know that sounds bizarre, but this is, I'm going to now lay out a presentation on how it was explained to me. And so here goes. Pressures and indoor air quality. And it sounds like complicated and sophisticated, but I came up with the 4 Ps. For there to be a problem, you need people, and you need a pollutant, and you need a path, and you need a pressure. If the people are here and the pollutant is over here, you don't have a problem. You need the pollutant to get to the people, so you need a path. But even if you have people and pollutant and a path, you need something to push the pollutant down the path to the people, so you need a pressure. Now, in terms of the pollutants, I arbitrarily and capriciously picked the top 4 at the time that I was understanding things. Okay, this goes back a long time, 30 years ago. Things that get too hot break down. Things that get too wet break down. Things that are exposed to ultraviolet light break down, and things that are exposed to ozone break down. So I don't look for pollutants per se. I look for things that get hot. I look for things that get wet. I look for things that are exposed to UV, and things that are exposed to ozone, and ask myself, are they the problem? So in other words, I'm thinking on two different layers. I'm thinking people, pollutant, path, pressure, hot, wet, UV, ozone. So I go into a building and I'm thinking 2-dimensionally as I'm walking around and seeing. And when my spidey sense tingles or whatever, that's when I ask the question. So I'm going to go through the people, pollutant, path, pressure, hot, wet, UV, ozone approach. This is one of my all-time favorite case studies. This is the James A. Madison building of the Library of Congress. And I got a call saying, can I help you? Can you help us? And I said, sure, right away. I haven't even told you the problem. And I said, well, what would you say if I told you I can't help you? Okay, good. So what's your plan? My plan is to try to figure out what's going on before you figure out I don't know what's going on. You're the guy. So off I go. And this is when I was living in my mother's basement after I got into trouble and, all right, never mind. So I arrive a couple of hours before I'm expected. I always do that. And I walk around the building just to get a feel for things. But this is huge. This is so big. I drove around the building. Anyway, I'm taking a picture from the U.S. Capitol. The Capitol building is across the street from the Madison building. All right? That will become important in a couple of minutes. So this is, are you kidding me? Look, this is freaking huge. So I get to the back, and there's the loading dock. And the loading dock is built into the building. It's a U-shaped loading dock. It's got 2 doors, openings, this one and another one. And there are always a bunch of trucks in the loading dock that are running. So, duh, here's my spidey sense. I bet that there's pollutants here. There's certainly people in the building. There's always a pathway. So what's the only thing that I really need to measure? Well, the pressure, right? And so the loading dock doors are open almost all the time, so the pressure in the loading dock is the same as the pressure outside, right? Nodding here would, yeah, okay. So I just have to measure the pressure difference between the inside of the building and the outside of the building, right? So I go to the front door and I put my hand at the front door and I can feel air being pulled into the building. My hand is calibrated to 5 pascals. If I lick my hand, I'm good to a pascal. Now I know this because at the time I had the only digital manometer in the entire country of Canada, and I'm taking it across the border looking at an American building. So it's a $25,000 digital manometer that was good to 1/10 of a pascal. My hand was good to 1 pascal because I calibrated it with the digital manometer, all right? And so, okay, hello Taylor. I walk around the building and there's a giant tunnel, pedestrian tunnel, that connects right where the Capitol building with the Madison building. Now, this looks like a pedestrian tunnel if you're a civilian, but to a young, handsome, dashing at the time mechanical engineer, this is a giant duct with people. question.
So before they used to actually run duct, they used to use joist spaces for the return.
You need ducks, I'll show you. I'm just setting this up. I have to drag this out for 2.5 hours. Okay, well, geez, where's the condensation? Well, I have to show water lines in the drop ceiling. Of course, they're cold. Where's the water coming from? It's coming from the hot, humid air that's being sucked in because I'm sucking on the walls and the roof, right? Yeah.
Hey, Joe, on that concept, same crap, different pie, okay? They're really fond of putting the HVACs and residentials in Sussex County, south of here, in their crawl space.
We're not going there yet.
Okay.
But we are gonna go there. Just stop this.
Testify.
Just don't be smart yet. Be stupid for a little bit longer, okay? All right, so this is a brand new building going up, and structural engineers, bless their heart, love to run the studs completely up the outside of the building, right? So the parapet is connected to the walls. You see how those studs go all the way up? Right? Okay? Of course, they're hollow, right? Okay? what should have been done?
They should have run the gypsum board to the underside and sealed it tighter, right? They should have not had vinyl wallpaper, they should have had a fabric coating, right? They should have had a ducted return on the drop seam front, right? Right. What are the odds that the air handling, the ducts are completely tight? Slim to none. So the drop ceiling, even though it's a ducted supply and return,
let me ask this. Does anyone have anything they want to come up here and talk about? I mean, seriously, an opportunity to come up and tell a story about stuff you've encountered or run into, or things you accidentally figured out along the way, or anything like that that you want to share with us? If not, we can take a break.
I'll take a break and I'll find another part.
Yeah, and we'll talk about some cool stuff. Okay? 10 minutes, not 9, not 11. 10 is the number.
We need to get the guy to load it.
I'm sorry?
We need to get a guy to load it.
Yeah, okay. I'll run down the hall and go get him.
Coming to yell at me?
they're gonna send him down in a minute. If you don't mind, maybe I'll just ramble for a couple of minutes on a couple of things, and then you can come up and correct all the stuff I said.
I'm ready.
Okay, well, I mean, I just had one or two things.
But I could, in order to get it up, we need an adult.
And I already had called. Are you our adult supervision? Good timing. Yeah, we were just looking to see if we could get, he's been doing it on this system to bring up the last presentation.
So this is, it's on my, it's on this, it's called Delaware Clock. Yeah, on this one, that's how we'll. The other four flash drives, the other four prop are on that flash drive.
Yeah, he's been going through and doing it
That's
already.
for 2 days.
This is just this is the last section of the last day. All right, so one thing for sure, we're in a very water saturated area, right? And we got a lot of concrete slabs. We have crawl spaces, but we have a lot of concrete slabs and a lot of places built on them, with a lot of dampness or water issues. And are you guys getting calls on any of those kinds of places where you think that it may be moisture issues from the ground working their way up? I've got a yes, another yes, a maybe.
I got a school that's built on the spring, and I thought it fixed the problem. That's here, all happening myself, and all great, and I got the call that it's coming up again.
Oh no. You're right, right. I've had people call and they say, I don't have leaks, but my laminate floor is buckling real bad, or my hardwood I installed. And, or mold in the closets. We discussed that yesterday. So you have non-ventilated closet spaces or rooms, Crawl spaces are the same way, but the slabs are pretty notorious. And the big thing that you encounter there, whether it's a commercial building, a school, store, a restaurant, you don't know where the moisture's coming from until you know where the moisture's coming from, and in some cases that's the deal. So one thing that, I was shown by a couple different flooring contractors, and it seemed to almost accidentally make sense. You can spend a lot of money on a lot of different testing to figure out if you're going to have moisture issues from that, or if you're trapping it and you don't know if there's a moisture barrier that was put in during the installation of the concrete slab or not. So sometimes they'll do, a cheap test, and they'll duct tape some plastic down and see if you get condensation under it. And chances are you might, you could. Depends on time of year and how wet it's been, but sometimes you'll see that, and that could be an indication. If you have carpet on it, a lot of times that'll evaporate to the interior space and it's not really an issue. But if you have no moisture or water vapor barrier and you have the laminate floor installed or the hardwood, you can start to get that buckling. So, that tells you probably need to have a barrier installed, and it's too late to get it under the slab unless you guys know a trick I haven't learned yet. Like you lift it up on one end and I'll try and slide it under there, But I mean, we've encountered things like that. Crawl spaces, you don't know it's wet until you know it's wet. Joe had mentioned crawl spaces a little bit. I wish that they all looked like the ones that he had shown the pictures of. Usually the ones that we would get calls about, the insulation's hanging down. It looks like, a dead scarecrow hanging down, I mean, the stuff that's still there. And the rest is on the ground in the water. And then if it's not a conditioned crawl space, there's the discussion of vents open or vents closed. And Joe, tell me if I remember this one right. Typically, usually, most of the time, crawl spaces and vents, keep them closed year-round. See, I paid attention. That was a couple years ago, but keep them closed year-round. Some people will say you open it up during the summer, but if you open it up during the summer and you let all that hot, humid air in, well, it'll condense on all that cold material, whether it's the concrete block walls or domestic cold water piping, air return, where the sheet metal is in between the floor joists, all the different great things they do. So we encounter that a lot. I'm just thinking of things I get calls on frequently, whether, again, it's a school or a home or a business. You walk into a building and you want to know a lot about it. Look up while you're walking around. See if there's water leak evidence or anything like that. You want to know about a restaurant? A gentleman once told me, it used to work with that young man. He said, if you want to know about a restaurant, go into the bathroom and wash your hands before you go to your table. You'll learn most everything you need to know about that place before you go any further. You'll know whether they clean it, whether they keep it stocked, whether it's maintained, if they have insect issues. You'll learn a lot real quick about it, because the kitchen probably follows suit, does it not? Yeah, so, yeah, exactly. Hot water, soap, towels, other paper products, whatever those may be, And, you see holes in the walls or shoddy maintenance, they're indicators how they run their business. Is the trash overflowing? Is there a can? So, I bet that stands true when you walk into a care facility, whether it's short-term care, long-term care, emergency room, hospital, doctor's office, dental, express care, walk-in type place. You'll learn a lot about how they run their business. If I'm not mistaken, there was a place in Dover. I think I worked with the code enforcement office 4 times in 1 year about not just sewage backup issues, but water issues there, and not an uncommon occurrence in that facility. I got more calls on that location in 1 year than I did in most of them, since I've been here. But again, just so many different things. Rodents, you walk into a place, if you see evidence of rodents, you're going to start looking at other things. I was in Lowe's, and it was Halloween time, and I thought I was looking at Halloween props with the rats on the shelves. I swear I thought I was. And they were like wiggling. Well, apparently they were in the same aisle as the rat poisons and whatnot, and they were real. I at first I thought they were props. I really did. So we have complaints about birds in those places, rodents. One of the things not a lot, but some of the exterminators are doing now, they're using Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, mostly Bluetooth, I guess, and telemetry. So they have their traps, or I don't know if they're the bait stations, but I think they're traps. They have them tied in for the number of hits, and they're able to track it, and so they can figure out which areas are, more problematic than others. So it's not the fact that it's the garden center, it's the fact that they leave the door open at the garden center, a lot. So things like that, or same thing, loading area at a Walmart, breads. You find them, rodents under the kick plates or in the shelves, breads. That's problematic. They leave the doors open a lot. So, other thoughts, ideas, questions, things, whatnot, so forth, and what have you. So, if you would, it's time for a little bit of Joe. How about it?
Okay, so the biggest enemy that I have is the historic consultant that doesn't allow me to want to insulate an old historic building because they're going to say that I'm going to create frost, freeze, thaw damage. So what I want to do is I want to show you that no, you actually can insulate a historic building on the inside and not have freeze thaw damage, and explain to you what it is and why, because I don't want you to insulate old historic buildings on the outside and change their appearance too much, because I love them. They're beautiful. You should retain the beauty, but not kill the building from a freeze-thaw perspective. So here goes. I'm going to talk about some retrofits for mass buildings, and the thing that you want to avoid is this. This is called freeze-thaw damage. When the wall was uninsulated, it's warm, and when it gets wet in the wintertime, the water in the wall doesn't freeze. Everybody make sense? If you insulate it on the inside and the wall gets wet and it's cold in the winter and it drops below freezing, the wall blows up. And that's called, is true, but the experts don't understand. So when water changes phase from a liquid to a solid, it increases in volume by 7%. And they're saying that, well, gee, because the water freezes from a liquid to a solid, the expansion of that water causes the brick to blow apart. The answer was that, guess what? We were able to show in the 50s that we got fluids that would change phase from a solid to a liquid and not change in volume and cause it to blow up. And what happened is that the issue is the salt in the water. Let me explain. When salt water changes phase from a liquid to a solid, the salt is left behind. And the water that hasn't frozen yet has an increase in concentration in salt. And the pressure is called osmosis. Osmosis is a giant pressure that wants to dilute the concentration of the salt. So freeze-thaw, after many generations, occurs not because the volume changes from a solid to a liquid, it's because the salt concentration changes. This is not universally accepted, it just happens to be true. Okay, so for freeze-thaw damage, you need freezing temperatures, duh. You need water, duh. And you need shitty brick. Sorry, you need susceptible brick. Good brick doesn't have an issue. Crappy brick has an issue. Now, in the old days, like a long time ago, we would make brick in ovens. They were called kilns. And it was very difficult in the old days to have a brick kiln maintained at a uniform temperature. So some parts of the kiln were warmer than other parts of the kiln. Anyway, the best brick happens when you have a constant high temperature. And so in the modern brick kiln, we control the entire temperature of the brick kiln within 1 or 2 degrees. We don't make shitty brick except on a Monday after a NASCAR race. So the old timers in the old days would unpile the old kilns and you'd have 3 piles of brick. Good brick, okay brick, shitty brick. Right? And they were, of course, not sold at the same price. So you had the good brick, more expensive than the okay brick, and both were more expensive than the shitty brick. Does that make sense? And so you would do the good brick on the walls that people would see, the okay brick on the walls that would see but not all the time, and the shitty brick on the back wall that nobody sees. Does that kind of make sense? Well, not all buildings see the same exposure to water. And so if the shitty wall sees the most water, bad stuff happens. If the good wall sees the most water, nothing happens. Is that kind of, okay, just to give you a sense. This is that map that I stole, and for freeze-thaw damage you need cold and very cold. But you don't need Arctic. Why? Because there are no brick buildings that far north. We live in igloos up there. We don't actually have brick buildings. Right. You also need a lot of rain. And so the shaded areas are the areas of greatest risk for freeze-thaw damage. You're not in that zone. When somebody says, oh my God, we're going to have freeze-thaw damage in Dover, Delaware, and Delaware, they're an idiot. Just letting you know. I get that all the time. I got a litigation in Washington, D.C. You can't do that. It's caused by freeze-thaw damage. And I said, you're an idiot. That's not freeze-thaw damage. It's not possible. You got other stuff happening. I tell you what it is, but it ain't freeze-thaw damage. But anyway, so who knows more about freeze-thaw damage than anybody alive? Well, the people in the province of Quebec and in the province of Nova Scotia, because they have the oldest buildings made out of brick in North America in the most disgusting places possible. So if you want to know how to build buildings to not get into freeze-thaw damage, you go there, because they know, man, because everything went bad and they figured it out. You want to figure out how to avoid freeze-thaw damage, go there and figure it out, all right? That knowledge is not it's not coming into the United States, and the historic consultants are just simply saying, we're not going to let you insulate old buildings in the shaded area in the United States. And I'm saying, no, we are. Who are you? Well, I know more than you do. You don't know what you're talking about. I don't actually say that. I give them the look. Just, you know what I mean? So, susceptible brick is the bad brick. It's all based on firing temperature, and the chemical reaction is called vitrification. So, good brick requires a very narrow band of the right temperature. And when you unpile the brick kiln, if you're an old person, you had a brick sorter, you could actually tell which is good and bad, just letting you know. This is a testing that was done in the 50s. For freeze-thaw damage to occur in bad brick, you had to have a certain amount of water. It's called the critical degree of saturation. Below the critical degree of saturation, you can have an infinite number of freeze-thaw cycles and nothing happens. One freeze-thaw cycle above the critical degree of saturation, you irreversibly change the dimensions of the brick, right? So good brick has a very high degree, crappy brick has a low sat, okay? All right. Now we can actually determine what the critical degree of saturation is by actually measuring it in brick. So if you've got an old historic building, you can actually take a brick out of the building and determine whether it's good brick or bad brick. Now the problem with that is that it costs about $500 or $600 per brick to do this, and you've got several thousand brick. Which 5 or 6 are you going to pick to do because you can't charge more than $3,000 or $4,000, right? So what I do is I say, I will go there and for $3,000 or $4,000, well, $5,000, and I will pick the bricks that I want to test. You understand? By picking the brick, I'm looking at whether the walls are getting wet or not. In other words, I can figure stuff out without having to do any testing, because if the building is 100 or 200 years old, Mother Nature has already tested it. And by simply walking around and looking, you're going to figure out what you need to do. So I can actually tell people what they need to do to their building to make it work without actually doing the testing. But of course you do the testing because people don't believe that you're actually that good. So you do the testing so you can get away with telling them what to do. Now some of my clients have figured that out and they say, well look, can you just tell us what to do? And we trust you about not having to do the testing. So the testing simply means that you go through freeze-thaw cycles, and as you increase the amount of water, when the brick doesn't come back to its original shape, that's the critical degree of saturation. It's not complicated. And Kelvin equation. And you also want to know how much water gets wicked into the brick. What's the capillarity? That's figured out by the Kelvin equation. The tinier the pores, the more it sucks. Yeah. Clay brick sucks a lot. That's what we worry about. We don't want the clay brick to suck so much that when the water in the brick freezes and the salt is left behind, we get osmotic forces. That's the aha thing. So here's the answer. If you control the surface water on the brick, you can even make shitty brick work. So this is all about surface water control. The old-timers figured it out. If you look at older buildings, you look at all of the drip edges and whatever and the way the facades are. When the rainwater hits, it runs down and it gets kicked off the building. Whoa! When they didn't do that, the buildings blew up. Okay. This is how we figure out how much the brick sucks. You just measure how long it takes with your stopwatch. It should be a Swiss stopwatch. Figure out how much it sucks. And if you're in a rush, you can use your hard hat. You can tell that that person is a Canadian engineer because Canadian engineers wear an iron ring. Did I tell you the iron ring story? All Canadian engineers wear an iron ring on the little finger of their hand. Every one of them. The iron comes from a bridge that collapsed in the St. Lawrence River in 1860. 100 people died, and they hauled the wreckage out of the river, and they died because of an engineering miscalculation. So Haultain was the most famous engineer in Canada at the time, and his friend was Rudyard Kipling, the famous British author. So every engineer gets a piece of that iron from the bridge that graduates, and it's given to them in the Kipling ritual. It reminds us of our moral and ethical responsibility to society. So that's what we do. When I was testifying at the coroner's inquest and they threatened to fire me, I looked at the iron ring and I didn't do that part, but you know what I mean. So anyway, that's a Canadian that's my goddamn hard hat, okay? But not my hand. All right, so I don't need to do a test to figure out what's going on here, right? Don't dump the roof on the wall. Everybody with me on this? Don't dump the roof on the wall. If you don't dump the roof on the wall doesn't fail, and you can insulate it up the yin-yang wazoo on the inside and not care. Okay, this is horrendous surface water management. Okay, this is a 400-year-old building in Smith Falls, Ontario, in the middle of the most critical freeze-thaw issues, and it has no damage whatsoever because look at the drip surfaces. All of the stone above the brick, or the stone above the stone, is slightly protruding, so when the water runs down, it kicks it off. You look at the sills, all protruding, kicks the water off. In other words, the water hits this and it runs down, it gets kicked off every so many feet. Whoa! You could insulate this to R1000 on the inside and nothing would happen because the water doesn't get saturated because I kicked it off with surface water management. Okay, this is the Ontario Legislature building. You notice those horizontal bands? Built in 1928. It's to kick the water off. But they screwed up the design of the band, and they had to retrofit it with a lead-coated copper flashing. Do you see the lead-coated flashing on the top of the bands? Wow! They thought they had it right, then they screwed it up, and they came back and they fixed it. Could you imagine talking to a historic consultant today saying we're going to add a flashing? Their heads blow up. It's wonderful. Sometimes I just do that just for the reaction. Okay, this is a building that they want us to retrofit on the inside, but I'm saying I have to add a horizontal flashing because you can see the stains, the water stain marks on that horizontal bumpy thing. So the retrofit is we add a flashing there to kick the water away, and then I don't have to worry about freeze-thaw. Now it's a minor change, but oh my God, you've changed the look. And I'm saying, look at the older buildings. A lot of them have had these changes. Well, but they're historic changes. Well, in 40 years, this will be a historic change. Okay, this is 900 years old. It's in northern Italy, freeze-thaw. Look at the drips on that. See how the water runs down and it gets kicked off? Wow. Okay, what happened here? Well, they figured out that most of the water happens at the corners, so they have really good brick at the corners, then they have shitty brick in between. You look at the older buildings, they value engineered them. They had the really good brick at the corners and the punched openings and the shitty stuff in between, and the good brick on the good stone on the street side, right? Yes, Joe. This is in Prague, in the Czech Republic. This is almost 1,000 years old. They got good stuff at the corners, shitty stuff in between, and beautiful drip edges where the roof meets the walls, right? Wow. A lot of times the shitty brick gets really shitty, so they stucco it. So they leave the good brick exposed, and then they put the crappy brick under the stucco. And the stucco has to be replaced every 75 to 100 years. Whoa. This is back in the Czech Republic. The good brick is on the upper building and the shitty brick on the lower building, right? Lower buildings didn't have stucco, but after 200 years, they needed to be stuccoed. Another 100 years, they're going to have to stucco the other part. We stuccoed older buildings to give them another century. This is Siena, Italy, and all of this stucco has been added to walls that didn't have stucco originally. The buildings that are closest to us, the stucco needs to be redone. It's falling off. So every 100 years or so, they restucco their buildings because the stucco ends up where all of the salts ends up, and the salts cause the stucco to fall off. Whoa. Yeah. So this is how they added life to a mass building. They would coat it with stucco to give it another century or more. Could you imagine talking to a historical consultant here and say, you're going to stucco the outside of this building so you can insulate it on the inside? Their heads would explode. You should just do that just for the entertainment value. But this is a historic retrofit. Okay, let's go to New York City, where in New York, they don't listen to anybody, and sometimes they get it right. So a lot of the old mass buildings in New York, 3 withes of brick, when they begin to age after 100 years, they paint them. So the one building on the side is not painted yet, but the one in the middle is painted, and when they get tired of painting, they stucco them. So you go through, this is Manhattan, Soho, south of Houston. You say, well, some of these buildings the brick is exposed, some of them are painted, and some of them are stuccoed. It depends on how old they are and what they've gone through. The brick building, usually they repoint the joints and add some flashing. But after a while, they get tired of doing that, and they say, screw that, I'm going to just paint it. And after that, I'm tired of doing that, I'm going to stucco it. This happens here. You're never going to look at a building the same way anymore. I apologize. If you look carefully, you see the freeze-thaw damage in the brick building beside the red is going to crap, right? The building in between has been painted, and then this building, they plastered the whole damn crappy building underneath. Repointing, painting. In Vienna, they don't do painting. They do real plaster. Back to the Czech Republic, they've restuccoed one. The one in the middle in 100 years is going to be stuccoed. Notice we're talking 100, 200, 300, 500 years. Do you understand? Most of us were focusing on 10 or 15 years, maybe a 30-year mortgage, and I'm saying, no, we can talk centuries here. We know how to do this. Well, some of us know how to do this. I know how to do this because I listened to older people who said, young Joseph, you have to learn this. Why? When you get older, you'll understand. Oh, there you go. All right, so what parts of the building need the most drips? Where the building touches the ground, the corners, and where it touches the sky. And then what? Where we have the freaking holes. So the best water management, or the most critical water management, is at the punched openings, the corners where the roof meets the sky, right? Okay, this is a shitty repointing job in New York City. But they're repointing it based on where the damage is, and the damage is occurring where the water is, right? Yeah. Okay. They're going to have to really fix the corners here of that brick building, right? This is absolutely freaking magnificent. You can insulate up to R1000 and not care. But they went through a couple of years. This is on 3rd Avenue in Lafayette in Manhattan. Look at the water management on the surface. The drip edges, the horizontal bands, this is awesome. You need to go see this building for 2 reasons. One, because of this, and second, there's a bar in the corner of this building that has the best Bloody Marys on the planet. It's worth it just to go there for the Bloody Mary, and you can write the trip off by taking pictures of this, saying I was doing surface water management control research. Really good stuff at the ugly places and the crappy stuff in between. Look at the horizontal drips. You could insulate this to R1000 on the inside and not worry about freeze-thaw because you're managing the surface water. Look at this. The good stuff where it gets the ugliest. We used to do this. This is an American building. Whoa! Now we've forgotten why we did it. We forgot that the surface water is the freeze-thaw winner or loser. Yeah. Look at this. Yeah. Okay, when we get it wrong, we plaster. See, we did the coin corners, but the coin corners up above absorbed so much water they blew apart. You see they're falling apart? They're going to have to stucco that entire corner all the way up, aren't they? Okay, this is really shitty water management in Madison, Wisconsin, but it's really, really good brick. In other words, you can do stupid stuff in new buildings with modern brick, because we rarely have bad brick made. The older brick in the older buildings, we have to figure out whether it's good or bad, and we have to do the surface water management, right? Right. Okay, this is really bad surface water management, isn't it? Yeah. I'm going to tell you a funny story here. This is the president of the University of Toronto's office, and it's 100 feet for where I was doing my work on freeze-thaw damage. And I tried to explain to them that they needed a drip edge, and because I was 100 feet away, I had no credibility. If I was 3,000 or 4,000 miles away, they would fly me in. So the closer you are, the stupider you are to a problem. So, you want to fly across the country. Whenever I have a problem in Boston, I arrange for somebody from Toronto to fly in to do this because I have no credibility in Boston, but I have a lot of credibility outside of Boston. That's a joke and nobody's laughing. Okay. This is where they filmed Animal House. This is Dartmouth. Look at the magnificent drips. They could insulate this up, the yin-yang wuzhu on the inside, and not worry about freeze-thaw damage in part of the country that is the biggest freeze-thaw risk of all, right? Awesome water management. No risk for freeze-thaw damage. Awesome water management. Yeah, whoa. Awesome water management. Really shitty water management. This is Expo 67 in Montreal, 100th birthday of Canada. Famous architect designed the crappiest building possible with no water management. I offered to help them, but being from Toronto, trying to have somebody from Toronto provide any advice to somebody in Montreal, it's not going to happen. So it's still going to crap, but I've written it up, and we'll see. We'll see. This is the American version of that technology. I'm killing myself here. Okay, this is in New York. This is horrible surface water management, but it's got spectacular materials. We can do stupider and stupider stuff with better and better materials. The older buildings didn't have really good materials compared to what we have available today. I'm not encouraging you to do stupid stuff. I'm just telling you we can get away with it more with some of the materials. But some of the materials are worse, like OSB and plywood, right? So some of the stuff is phenomenally good, and some of the stuff is not phenomenally good. So this is done with two-stage joints and pressure equalization and control of hydrostatic pressure, and it's, some people think it's beautiful. Say again? Yes. And they're really, really expensive. You have to be a bad musician or a good comedian to afford one of them. This is horrible water management, but it's got modern concrete. This is the Aqua Tower. It's incredibly dumb, incredibly stupid, but it works because it's got really good materials. This is unbelievable. This is an 82-story heat exchanger in Chicago, where all of the energy is being sucked out with the extended slabs, right? This consumes so much energy that they are running out of electricity to supply to it to keep it comfortable. Yeah, unbelievable. Now, it's saving energy in the neighboring buildings because there's so much heat loss, it's actually warming up the climate in the local area. So it's basically reducing the energy consumption of the neighboring buildings because we've changed the microclimate downtown Chicago. It's pathetic. I mean, really? Yeah, let's suck the energy out of this. This is, unbelievable. Okay, this is a nervous building to want to insulate on the inside, because look at the surface water management has not been very effective because look at all of the repointing and the flashing, right? So this is probably a building that I would not insulate on the inside without intervening more on the outside. This is a building that they repointed at Madison University because it was an old building that didn't have insulation, worked just fine. They insulated on the inside and everything fell apart, and so they had to repoint. What's missing here? Well, they need a kerf. I offered to put in the kerf with my skill saw, and they get out of here, go away. Okay. This is back in the Czech Republic. This is really bad surface water management. Not all Czechs are smart, right? Not all people in Wisconsin are smart. There are a lot of smart people in Wisconsin, though. Okay, this got retrofitted. Do you see the flashing drips that were added on the top of the window thingy at the sills as well? Wow! Where is this? Vienna, Austria. This is a really cheap, crappy retrofit that's functional. I don't care, I'm going to just put this in and make the problem go away. Okay, where the building touches the ground, where you have the water splashing, you put a sacrificial layer of cement there, right? Or you build it right from the very beginning and have the whole building on the top of granite. Yeah. Old timers knew stuff, and then they died and forgot to tell the youngsters. Yeah. Whoa, it doesn't suck. Whoa. Yep, it sucks. I need a drip. Good brick on one side, shitty brick on the side. So what do you add on the side? Stucco. Wow. This is Frank Lloyd Wrong, but it works because it's really good materials. You can do stupid stuff with good materials. This is bad flashing at the sills. There should have been a flashing under the concrete stills where they butt together. The water leaks at the joint. They needed flashing. They needed flashing. They need flashing. Oh, this is Ireland. Awesome. Look at the sloping sill. You got the kerf at the bottom. Whoa. Yeah. Awesome. This is Germany. They don't do curves in Germany. Everything's, so they've got right angles, but they've got the same water management, right? This is, yeah. Sorry, hang on. Let me go back. Yes?
Is that all hand tooled? It looks like it.
Yeah, it is. See, the Irish really knew stuff. Then they came to the United States and we made them policemen and politicians and screwed up. We should have made sure they should stay and, okay, I gotta get into trouble for that one, aren't I? Yeah, all right. Yeah, this is beautiful water management. This is spectacular. This is in Washington, D.C. It's an embassy building built 1928, 1929. Look at the water management. Look at the underside, the kerf. This is my retrofit kerf. I put this in a building in a famous university that I'm not allowed to mention. I just simply put it in. I didn't ask permission. I just put it in because they were gonna, you can't do it, it's not gonna work, and it's expensive, and, you know, zzz, took 2 seconds, and I said, I already did that window. What? That's not good. You disobeyed us. Yes. Do you want to fire me? Or do you want to hire me? I don't care. I don't like your university. You beat my university. We beat your university? Yeah. Then you're going to work for us because that's a punishment enough. The historic people don't like the curve because it's not reversible, but you can actually put in a curve or a drip edge that's reversible with sealant. You can argue that, well, look, you can scrape the sealant off in 100 years if you get pissed off. Whoa, you tricked me. Not hard to trick you. Okay, this is Notre Dame in Montreal, not Notre Dame in France, but they had serious freeze-thaw issues even without insulation, so they retrofitted drips. Do you see all of the horizontal flashings on the top of the bumpy stuff? It's okay. In 100 years, the stuff we do, people are going to consider as historic. Geez. This is back in Montreal. They're insulating up the yin-yang wazoo on the inside, replacing all of the windows with triple glazed krypton-filled windows. And they're heating everything with electricity because of James Bay, right? They've got the largest hydroelectricity in the world. And so they're incredibly green, but they're incredibly durable because they figured out that they needed to add the drips or the buildings are going to fall down. So this is the drips that are added. Gee, Joe, how'd you take this picture? Well, in Montreal, they have a lot of rooftop bars. So you go to the rooftop bar and you can take pictures of the building across the street. Yeah, I know. Well, what's going on here? This is a new this is an old building, and that's kind of shitty. Look, yeah, but in 2 years, it'll be dark and you won't know it's there. Whoa, man, who figured this out? Yeah, the Quebecois. Yeah, I know. Ask me where this is. Joe, where is this? This is in Auckland, New Zealand. They figured it out there too. Pretty sure it was some Quebec guy got lost looking for Australia, ended up in New Zealand. All right. Even in Toronto, this is the Toronto Metropolitan Toronto Library. Do you see the horizontal drips that they've added? Back to Montreal, look at the drips. They're recasting. This is a serious retrofit. They're repointing, but they're recasting the sills for the right slope with the drip, and then they're insulating big time on the inside. We don't care about freeze thaw. No, they're managing the surface water, and that's why they don't have to worry about the freeze thaw. Wow. Wow. This is what they started with. Wow. Wow. This is Halifax, Nova Scotia. Look at the drips. Okay, why am I stressing this? Because we're being told here you can't insulate old buildings on the outside because they look like shit when we insulate them on the outside. And we can't insulate them on the inside because of freeze thaw. And I'm saying we can insulate them on the inside and control freeze thaw by handling the water management. So if we're serious about saving energy and having good indoor air quality in our older buildings, let us do it correctly on the inside, for gosh sakes. And I can handle the surface water without anybody even knowing it and give the building another 100 or 200 years, which is pretty freaking low carbon, right? Yeah, look at this. Well, this is incredibly bad surface water management. They're going to lose the chimney unless they flash it with copper. This is horrible groundwater management, so they put in a sacrificial layer. This is at a university where this guy by the name of Jim Brown, who was the greatest lacrosse player of all time, before he wasted his time with the Cleveland Browns. You know the story of Mr. Brown. So, yeah, this is where he first played. And notice they got rid of the dirt beside the foundation. They created a granular foot and a half area so that when the raindrop hits, drains away, it doesn't bounce up with mud on your building, right? Right. Because that's what they started with. Oops, we need a better drip. This is back to Europe. They're aggressively dripping. What's missing? Look underneath every one of those windows. They need a kerf or a drip. I was part of this, and they said you can't do it. It's going to change the appearance. And I said, I already did this side. They didn't know. I added the sealant bead. They got so freaking mad at me. But I made my point, right? You know, they're in the business of saying no without actually thinking, you know, welcome to your world and my world, right? I need a kerf for a drip. Ah! Okay, what's happening here? This is again that famous university. I'm draining the roof onto the wall. I need a kick out. You can't have a kick out. It's going to change the appearance. It's not historic. Blah, 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 blah. So wait for it. I ignored them. Do you see the kick out that's there? Are you kidding me? We argued about that? We need to hunt these people down and get them out of the gene pool so they can't reproduce. That's all I got to say. I'm just like, you're kidding. What's happening here? I need a drip. This is a happy squirrel. Why is that squirrel so freaking happy? The columns are vented. Whoa! One day these will be historic. Okay, I'm done.
shy and bashful. But if you guys promise not to tell, we can knock off early today. You can get a head start, you know. But I really appreciate you guys hanging and staying with us. I hope that we can stay in touch. I hope that we can interact. I look forward to being able to catch up with you guys regularly. Tell some of the people that you work with about some of the things that we did get to discuss, and please provide me with some input of things you want to talk about also. Maybe even if it's not something as formal as one of these type meetings, but a get-together, a work with your group. I know it's been a while, but I did some meet and greet with the City of Wilmington, with City of Dover, Kent County. I do work with the inspection groups up and downstate. I've done work with some of the food inspectors on occasion. I've done work with the Air Base before. Law enforcement with the emergency response team from the state emergency response team, DEMA, FEMA, you know, I mean, we're able to connect with a lot of these different people on a lot of different topics. I know you brought up about the earthquake, the couple of earthquakes a couple of years ago. I had mentioned to people, start looking at your doorways, see if you start to notice cracks. That's probably an indicator there may be other impact. Take a look at things like railings and steps outside. That may be indication of an impact. Look at your roofs. Look at your windows, your doors, see if they're racked. See if that gives you an idea you might have had some kind of impact. Look for new water leaks you didn't have before and you don't know why. That could be an indication you have an impact. I've done work with some of our folks after hurricanes, storms, other issues. We've gone out. You mentioned raising the houses, homes, structures, and there's some requirement. I wish Scott Tanner had been able to be here today because he's actually one of the team members on that program with the state. I know that there are new requirements for new builds, and there are some retrofits that are required for houses to stay in certain areas. So, I mean, they have a lot that is being addressed, but you know, I think they have to pick which battles they're going to put into play. So there's a lot of different things that come into play. I've worked, I've been fortunate to be connected with some really great people in the field. They have eyes on the ground. They're where things are happening, and that's why I like working with, you know, you guys and all the other folks that are out there. So this is the first one that I've been able to put on in a long time, and I just wanted to thank you again, and I wanted to thank, yes, sir. A couple weeks ago, sure did. I want to say Georgetown, is that right? Yeah. I haven't been involved in any of that response or visiting yet. They had a tornado, was it 2020 when the 21-mile linear tornado, it went right behind my house, and a quarter of a mile up the road, it took the roof off of one building and landed it in the parking lot of another. So that was, I think for our state, that's the longest, hey, you know, woohoo, that's the longest linear tornado damage that we have that I'm aware of. And I'm really glad we didn't have fatalities associated with that. We did have a lot of lost property. We did have a lot of trees. When you're on Route 1, you can't help but see them. You know, it looks like a really bad tree pruner came through. And, but I mean, you know, we've been pretty fortunate. We haven't had a lot of fatalities with that, but we've been lucky. We've had a lot more flooding. Water management is absolutely horrible now with all of the building that's going on every part of the state. Retention ponds help, but they don't fix everything. And down in the Sussex area, down the beach resort area, it's overwhelmed with people, and they're building and building and building, but it's wetter and wetter and wetter, you know, and I get the calls all the time. Condos, don't even talk to me about condos. I mean, you know, versus an owned home or an apartment, whole different animal, big legal, you know, a whole litany of legal issues associated with that as well. So, and you know that, I know I've worked with your group on that quite a bit. City of Dover, I'm trying to think, Newcastle County, quite a few. Right on the edge, right between you, yeah. Yeah, so I mean, this has been a good couple of days. I'm glad I got to see you guys. I want you to give Joe Lstiburek a great big hand. I really am glad we were able to do this, and we'd like to do something like this again. I wish I had a really cool gift I could give you in parting, you know, like a new steering wheel for. Just invite me back. I want to have you back. Would you guys want to have him back? All right, so, you know, that's the goal is I want to do something in addition to this as well. I want to make the next one even more gooder, you know, and more better for all of us. And so I look forward to catching up with you guys. You should all have my contact information, and is it okay to give your info out to some folks too?
Joe at buildingscience.com, one word. Email me anytime. Send me pictures of weird buildings. I call it building porn. Just awesome. Love to connect with you about anything. Except the Toronto Maple Leafs.
And
Anything about them, all right?
And for anybody who's hard of hearing back there, that was Joe at buildingscience.com, just making sure. Okay. All right. All right. I hope you get an early start. We'll see you guys next time. And I want to thank whoever brought the Helen sausage down this morning from upstate. Thank you so much. Oh, nobody did that for me, but that's okay. I'm used to it. It's okay. All right. Thanks.